Kali Linux Penetration Testing by Aubrey Love. My name is Aubrey Love, with a background a mile long on building various websites and setting up servers by using Linux, and an obvious Linux system nerd. I've also dove into the underground world of hacktivism. On my journeys, I have done some black hat hacking in the day. I then proceeded to use my knowledge for good. Now I perform ethical penetration testing for my clients upon their request. Course Overview. What we'll learn. First, an introduction. We're going to be getting set up with a virtual environment and then install Kali Linux. We'll do website testing, and this is where we're going to learn how to hack websites, web applications, and test WordPress websites. Server testing. We're going to perform a variety of tests in order to hack into our server, or at least try to. Social engineering attacks. Here, we will learn how to perform an SEA upon our target. Wireless hacking. This is where we're going to learn how to hack into a wireless network. Reconnaissance. This is where we're going to discover multiple techniques upon how to perform a proper hack. Prerequisites, or what do we need before we actually start hacking? Obviously, we need a computer. The next thing we need is VirtualBox, or VMware. If you're already used to VMware, go ahead and use that. VirtualBox or VMware is what we're going to use in order to set up a virtual environment in order to install Kali Linux on our local machines. Obviously, we need Kali Linux. Kali.org. Now, we're going to use this operating system in order to perform our hacks and attacks upon our target. The target, istrepairs.com. This is the website we're going to use in order to act as our target in order to perform our testing. Don't worry, istrepairs.com is my website, my domain name, my server. I own everything on it. Email account. You can use gmail.com, you can use AOL, you can use Yahoo, you can set up your own email server. Any email server provider you desire. Google just has to be the easiest and most common one to use. And then finally, we obviously need internet. We're going to use the internet in order to connect and carry out our tasks based upon our target. Steps to success. If you have seen any of my previous work, then you'll know I try to put everything into a 3-step pattern. So the first step we need to do is exploit our website. We're going to do this by doing some website hacks. And this is where we'll attempt to hack the target website. Search for vulnerabilities, weaknesses, and just basically information to help us out. Once we're done with that, we move on to server exploiting. After we have hacked the website, we can then focus on getting access to the target server. Once we're done with our website and our server vulnerability scans and auditing, we will then carry out a report. This will allow us to create and deliver our reports to the respective agent. Please note, whether you have a contract or not, you need to cover your tracks. By using a VPN and even connecting to another network will help you tremendously with this. Why? Okay, obviously if you're doing any illegal hacking, you might want to cover your tracks. But for the sake of this course and for the sake that, everything is legal, you have a contract with company XYZ to hack their website to extract some information. Not a big deal, simple hack, extraction. You have a contract, they signed, you signed, added security, notarized. But they neglected or refused to tell their IT team. IT team notices some unusual activity on the website or the server. They track your IP address down. If they're really good, they are a hacker too, they will probably hack your computer. If not, they will report you to the local federal agencies, in which will be showing up at your door for illegal computer activities or something like that. I can't remember exactly what it is. But they don't know, and that's the reason. So if you have a VPN and you're connected to another network, that will help you mask who you really are. That way, if the IT team does find you or find your IP that you're faking, they can't track you back to your home. Now, during this course, our primary focus is going to be on Kali Linux, the hacker's operating system. This also includes downloading and installing Kali Linux on our computer. We'll be also looking into what a hacker is, do's and don'ts, and we'll even get used to some virtual machines. Then we'll even dive into the world of website testing by using a variety of tools that we can use in order to check our target's websites for any vulnerabilities and weaknesses. Following that, we're going to discover how to exploit our target server by recon work and testing several security analysis. When all of that is done, we'll be writing our report. Yes, that 100+ page report that needs to be due on your client's desk first thing Monday morning. Now for real, why hacking? Well, every company is afraid that they will fall victim of a hack. It's up to us to help prevent that from happening. No matter the size of the company, if they deal with personal and private information, eventually they will fall victim to a hacker. Now this hacker might be just some random guy in a third world country wanting to test out his hacking skills and happen to pick company XYZ. Party of 5. Whoop-de-doo. Nothing special about them, but they have a few clients with, social security, credit cards, phone numbers, and addresses. Nothing major. But to a noob that's in like some third world country, this is a golden ticket. Or they're a Fortune 500 company, every attacker wants their information because they've got money. And last, another reason why somebody would go after a specific target is personal vendetta. Yes, too many times, way too many times have I seen a company hire a hacker or a pen tester. The company did not know they was a hacker, but they got fired for one reason or another. The guy didn't see that it was a rightful termination. And even though he did follow the process to have his termination expunged and reviewed, still doesn't change the fact that they said, no, we're still going to fire you. So that pissed them off. They retaliated. Company's website goes down. Server goes off the chain rails. And all of a sudden their bank account's missing a few $1,000s. No big deal, right? Like I said, there's 3 major reasons why everybody wants to hack somebody. Section 1. Getting started with Kali. During this section of the course, VirtualBox, installing and configuring a virtual environment, Kali Linux, installing and setting up Kali operating system, Playground, playing inside of Kali and learning some new things and where things are, Password Dictionary. Let's create our own Password Dictionary. Installing VirtualBox. In this video, installing VirtualBox. Download. First things first, we need to download VirtualBox. After we're done downloading that, we're going to install VirtualBox. And then we're going to create a virtual machine. This is what we're going to create the basics of our virtual computer in order to install Kali Linux. Virtual environment. By creating a virtual environment on our host machine, we can create multiple computers, in which allows us to use specific operating systems. In this case, we're going to use a virtual environment to install Kali Linux, where on our host machine, whether you be using Windows, Apple, or Linux, we can do this by using VirtualBox. So if you go to virtualbox.org/wiki/downloads, you'll be seeing this screen right here. Now in here, we're able to download our VirtualBox software. If you're using Windows, click on this button. If you're on an Apple, click on OS X. And if you're on Linux, go ahead and look for the Linux distribution of your flavor. For those of you few people out there that's on Solaris computers, here's your link down here. What you want to do is click on the one that you have, and just click on that link. And it will download. It'll ask you what you want to download it to, if your browser is set up that way. Once you've downloaded that, let's go ahead and download VirtualBox extension pack. This will allow us to add extensions onto our VirtualBox, such as utilizing USB 2.0 and 3.0 ports. Here is Oracle's version of VirtualBox VM. It is the first screen that we'll see. Just go ahead and click on Next. And right here, you will see a section to install. So let's click on install. In my case, it's going to do a repair. I'm not going to do that, but instead, you also have a where do you want to install it to. You click on next, and then it'll ask you for all the extensions that you want to enable. Make sure every single box is clicked, and then click on install. Once you're finished installing, this will be what you see. Oracle VM VirtualBox Setup Wizard has been completed. Click on Finish. And in case it didn't auto-populate for you, go ahead and open it up. As you can see, I got a few different virtual machines here. One's Windows, this one right here is Kali, and this one right here is Ubuntu. So what we want to do first is we want to go ahead and click on New, and this is going to create a new virtual machine. Now we can give this a name, whatever name we want to. So in this case, let's give it Kali. Or you can do Kali Linux, KL, your hacker alias name, whatever you want to do. The type is going to be Linux. The version, this allows us to determine what version of Linux we're going to be using. If you're going to use this for other services, like let's say you want to install Debian, Arch, OpenSUSE, Fedora, Gentoo, Mandriva, Red Hat, TurboLinux, Ubuntu, Xandros, Oracle, you have those options, which is great because it has a pre-configuration of how things need to be set up. But for this case, just click on Other 64. You can click on this one, or you can leave the default Linux 2.6 3x 4x 64-bit. Click on the 64 or 32. If your computer is 32, click on 32. This has to match your host. So you can click on Next. Here, the minimum RAM size or memory is going to be 1024. Now, I have 32 gigabyte DDR3 RAM on this computer. So if I really wanted to, I could bump this up to 2050. Click Next. I'm going to create a virtual hard disk now. And that virtual hard disk, we can set that to VDI, which is a virtual disk image. If you want VMware, it'd be VMI for virtual machine image, or VM image. I can't remember what theirs are. Now it's going to ask us the physical hard drive. We can do a fixed size or dynamically allocating. And if you read right here, here is the difference between both of those. I'm just going to go ahead and we're just going to click on dynamically allocated and click next. This right here is the name of our computer, and this allows us to set the hard drive size. Now what's really great is here is the minimum amount that we can do is 4 megabytes. My hard drive has 2 terabytes, so if I wanted to, I could bump mine up to 25 gigabytes and still have plenty of space left over. So let's go ahead and click on Create. Now we are set up and going. Now we can actually install Kali Linux on our virtual machine. Alongside with VirtualBox, we can utilize VPN connections in order to help us hide our identity when performing our tasks. Another great way to hide yourself is to connect to an open Wi-Fi hotspot. Say you have a Starbucks nearby, or you have access to your friend's Wi-Fi who lives right next door to you. Using another Wi-Fi hotspot can help lower your risk of being caught. In the next video, installing Kali Linux. Installing Kali Linux. In this video, installing Kali Linux. Download. Obviously, we're going to need to download the right flavor of Kali Linux. Installation. We're going to install Kali Linux on our virtual machine. Kali Linux. Originally what started out as Backtrack, then Backtrack 5, Kali Linux was released on August the 11th of 2015. For those of you that are Linux persons, Kali is actually based on the Debian-based Linux operating system. Built for digital forensics and even penetration testing, Kali had been funded by Offensive Security Ltd. Matti Arani, Devon Kearns, and Raphael Herzog are the core developers of Kali Linux. If we navigate to kali.org, we're faced with this screen we see here. This is the original and official website for Kali Linux. Now what we want to do is we want to just hover over downloads, and we can see we can download Kali Linux, NetHunter, we can reveal the book, and release information about previous versions of Kali Linux. Click on download. Here we can see we have a whole bunch of different images that we can use. If you want to, you can download uTorrent, BitTorrent, or Transmission in order to download a torrent file, or just download the ISO directly to your computer. Now this one right here is the one we're going to be looking at. This is the full package, everything. Here is a light version, and then we have a few different flavors. We got Mate, XFCE, LXDE, and even E17 in here. We even have the ARM versions as well. So if you're running a 64-bit host computer, download the 64. And if you got a 32-bit, download for the 32. Just click on that and then download to your desired directory. Once you have downloaded Kali Linux, what we want to do now is we want to make sure that our Kali Linux is highlighted blue, and then go to Settings. Inside of our General tab, the first thing we want to do is click over here on Advanced, where it says Shared Clipboard and Drag and Drop. Let's change that to Bidirectional on both of those. The description, this allows us to give it a description of this virtual computer so we can have references on what it is if we have multiple virtual machines. Encryption, what this does is if we enable encryption, we can assess the different types of encryption cipher and then enter a password. In other words, if we encrypt this, then whenever we go to start this machine, it's going to ask us for a password before this will even turn on. We don't need that right now. Inside of the system, the first thing you want to do is uncheck floppy. Unless you happen to have a floppy disk on your host computer, just uncheck that. Let's go over here to display, and let's enable 3D acceleration. Inside of our storage, you should see something very similar to this. Inside of our controller IDE, we have an empty disk. If you come over here, you want to make sure that the IDE is on secondary master. Then you click on this little disk icon, and if it doesn't automatically pop up right here, just click on Choose Virtual Optical Disk Drive. It will pull up your downloads folder, and we can see Kali Linux is sitting right there. And then just click on Open. And we see the location of where our image is. Inside of the network, you can leave it to NAT, or you can bridge the adapter with your specific adapter. USB. If you have a Bluetooth dongle or anything like that involved, click on the right portion of your USB controller. So if your USB dongle is in a 2.0 slot or in a 3.0 slot, you can go ahead and click on one of those. Come over here to this button right here where it's got the green button, and then find your Bluetooth dongle. And then click on OK. Now we're ready to go. Click on the green arrow to start your virtual machine. So now we are ready to install Kali Linux on our computer. What we want to do is we want to scroll all the way down to Graphical Install. Allow this to boot up. The first thing that we see here is we're allowed to select our language. You can change this depending on your native tongue or what you want to have the Kali Linux installed on. If you like English, just click Next. Here's our location. We can set a location to anywhere we want to in the world. This portion does not matter. And then here's our keyboard. So if you have selecting Canadian based in your location, you can come over here and select the keyboard that you want to use. So let's say you are Chinese, but your location is Canadian. Just scroll all the way down here until you see Chinese, or leave it American English. It's up to you. So here's the host name. If you're installing this on a regular laptop on a hard drive, not going through a virtual machine, this might look something a little bit like this. However, you can just leave it the way it is right here on your virtual machine. It really doesn't matter. All this is just the host name for your computer. You can leave it blank if you want to. The name is invalid. Okay, so let's give her this host name as Kali. That way, if you're on your home network and you're looking at your router or you happen to see some unusual activity, the host name of this computer is going to be Kali. So this is what will show up on our computer, on our home network. The domain name, you can set this up with anything you want to. I leave mine blank. This is the root password. Traditionally, Kali had set their root password to Tor. So when you logged in, root for the username and then Tor for the password. Now they've allowed us to set our root password. You can set this password to whatever you'd like it to do. I'd highly recommend using an advanced password. I'm going to show you one right now. So if we click on Show Password, I created a password using what is called Leet language. So we have a capital P, the @ symbol for A, lowercase s, and then the money symbol for S, a lowercase w, a 0 for O, lowercase r, uppercase D, and then a year of 2017. That's when this was recorded. So if you want to, you can copy that and paste it directly in here. So you show both passwords to make sure that is exactly correct. Once this is done, press enter to continue. Now we can set our clock. This will allow us to set our clock. If you want to know what time it is in your time, set it to your time zone. However, when you're connecting to other computers across the internet and you're looking at websites, it does store your time zone. So if you are literally in mountain time, set your clock to Central or even Alaska. This will help prevent them from locating your region. Now what we have here is we can use technically two different ways to install Kali on our virtual hard drive. The same thing will pop open if you're installing this on your laptop or desktop. Guided using the entire disk. This means Kali Linux is going to use the entire hard drive in order to install Kali Linux. Now what we can do is we can set up an LVM. We can encrypt our LVM, which is basically the loading virtual manager. And if we set it up with encryption, this will allow us to put in a password to unlock the hard drive before we can actually log into Kali Linux. So let's go ahead and do guided using encrypted LVM. Now it asks us to select the disk that we want to install Kali Linux on. Just click enter. Now here is a partitioning of our hard drive. If you are an advanced Linux user, you can set your partitions however you want to set it up. For those new guys out there and you know nothing about Linux, just click on all files in one partition. Now what this is saying is are you sure you want to write all of these? Just press a down arrow, click on yes, and then enter. Now what we're doing is it's going to erase everything that was on this hard drive, format the hard drive, and then it's going to get ready to install Kali Linux on this hard drive. Now, set up our LVM encryption at the beginning of it all. Now we can set the encryption passphrase. You do not want this to be the same as your password that you had selected earlier. So let's create a new password now. I'm going to show you guys this password. Now that all the disks has been partitioned equally, all we have to do is make sure this is how we want everything working, and then press enter. Now it's asking, are you sure you want these to be formatted in this way? Do you want to write the changes to the disk? Click on yes and enter. Now it's going to install Kali Linux on our hard drive. Now that Kali Linux is nearing completion of the installation, it's wanting to ask us if we want to use a mirror that we can use to install software that can go alongside with what's already on the CD-ROM. You want to go ahead and click yes for this. Now this is the HTTP proxy. This is what you would need to put in here if you need a special proxy to access the outside world. Just click enter if you don't need anything. Now it's configuring the APT, and it will be done here in just a few minutes. Right here, it wants to ask if we want to install the Grub bootloader. Basically what this means is it's a visual-based editor that we can use to select which operating system to boot to. Just go ahead and click on yes and enter. Once it comes to this screen, it's asking you where do you want to install it. Just press the down arrow till you see your hard drive, and then click enter. Let it finish installing the Grub bootloader, and we'll be ready to boot into our new Kali Linux here in just a few short seconds. Now the installation is complete. It's time to boot into your new system. Press enter and let it restart. In the next video, we're going to get used to Kali Linux. Getting used to Kali Linux. In this video, getting used to Kali Linux. Updating our Kali, exploring the terminal, viewing the browser, and looking at the menu. Pen testing. While this operating system is pointed primarily at penetration testing, we can also use this operating system for other services such as web browsing, programming, and a few other tasks. We're going to show you how to get started using Kali Linux. Alrighty, so now we are inside of our Kali Linux. The first thing that almost everybody wants to know, where is my browser? Kali Linux uses Firefox. Any active Linux administrator or Linux user out there knows that the default browser for all Linux is Firefox. However, if we wanted to, what we can do here is we can type in Chrome, download Google Chrome. We could also download Opera. We could download any of your favorite web browsers. So now we know that our internet is working because we're online. Another thing we want to do is open up our terminal. So inside of here, I've adjusted the font size a little bit, but what we want to do is the first thing we want to do is we want to make sure that our repositories are up to date. So we do apt-get update. This will update the Kali Linux repository packages. Now that that's done, let's say you've been using Kali for about 7 or 8 months. You heard that Kali just released a new update to the server. So what you'd want to do is you want to update to that, but you don't want to reinstall Kali Linux and lose all your work. If we do apt-get upgrade, this will upgrade our Kali Linux from the one we have now to the latest distribution they just released. Now inside of our favorites list right here, we have a few different things that we can look at. Yours would look a little bit different, but I've already adjusted all mine. So we can do this by, let's say you don't want to use Metasploit, or you don't use it that often. If you right click on it, you can click on remove from favorites. Same thing, you can remove that from favorites. Or you can view the details of that specific icon. So if we look at the details, it'll pull up our software packager with that specific software in mind, and it'll give us all the details we need to know about it. If we open up our settings tab right here, we can see we have a general all-purpose computer settings. We have our background, which we can change the picture of our background on our desktop if we wanted to. So we can set the background. We can also set the lock screen if we want to change the lock screen picture. We can adjust the size of our display. We can look at our Bluetooth hardware, set up a printer, configure our mouse, touchpad, and keyboard, configure our network settings. view details about the computer, adjust the date and time. We can also adjust the audio input and output. We can even adjust a color monitor. We can set up our own online accounts and choose how we receive notifications. We could also choose to reset or set another region and language support for our computer. Another thing we can do is, here is the general all-purpose. Here's all of our applications. Now, if you click on this button right here, frequent, this shows you all of the frequent or the most used applications that you use. So if you use Terminal a lot, Terminal will be within the first 2 or 3. If you use Firefox, it'll be in the first 2 or 3. And as you get to use your Kali Linux, you'll see this will change from time to time. You want to view all of them, just click on all. But you don't know what, let's say you're looking for, let's come in here and grab this right here, SET tools. Let's say SET, you want this one right here, but you don't know where it is. So what you could do is you can start searching, start typing. Let's see, social, there it is right there, SOC. There's our social engineering toolkit. Click escape to go back to everything. Now let's say we want burp suit. So we do BUR and there's our burp suit. Press escape to go back. I want to see what WP scans. So WP, boom, there it is, just WP. There's that. Right click. Since I've already have it to my favorites, I can remove it from favorites. I want to come in here. I want EtherCap. I want to add that to my favorites. I also want Wireshark on my favorites. So now I can see that I have my EtherCap, I've got my Wireshark, I got WP scan, my settings, and burp suit. If I wanted to disable all of these and just remove them, I could also move my icons around in the order I want to see them in. So if I know I want my terminal in the first spot, and then I want my files in the second spot, I can just drag and drop them. And finally, I want to create a new directory on my desktop. I can do that by one of 2 different ways. Right click on the desktop, new folder. Open up my terminal, and then I can cd desktop, and then I can type mkdir, and then the file name. So let's do in file. And then I can type ls to view what I have on my desktop. And I can even close this, and I have in file. I want to delete my in file by right click, move to trash, and now it's gone. In the next video, Password Dictionaries. Password Dictionaries. In this video, Password Dictionaries. Notepad. We're going to use Notepad in order to create our password dictionary. So inside of our Kali Linux, what we want to do is we want to click on Show Applications and type in NOT. So I don't have Notepad installed, but I can do text, which our text editor is the same thing as a Notepad. Now, let's see. So inside of our text editor or Notepad or GVim, whatever it is that you want to do, what we want to do is we essentially want to create our own dictionary that's going to host thousands of passwords. As you go along in your career, you'll pick up a password or you'll create a new password that you want to test out on somebody else. Now, generally speaking, back in the late 70s all the way up to early 2000s, there are 3 major passwords: sex, God, money. I know it sounds rude, crucial, and a little bit unorthodox, but those were the 3 major passwords used by system administrators. Now, since then, we have what we call leet language. So if I wanted to, I can do S3X, I can do G0D, M0N3Y, and now I have sex, God, money, and leet. I also have a few passwords of my own I want to put in here. I've got this one, I have this one, and I have this password. So these three passwords I have used in the past. No, I do not use them now, otherwise I would put them up here. Now, another thing that we can do to create our password dictionary, let's go ahead and minimize this window, and let's open up our Firefox. What you want to do now is you want to go to google.com, and inside the search bar, password dictionary. Now what this does is it gives us a whole slew of different websites that we can choose to select passwords from. I like to use GitHub. Skull Security is a good one. Hack Today, it's okay. Security Stack Exchange is good. And, we have a whole bunch of different things that we can look for. So let's come in here to Skull Security. Now inside of Skull Security, we have this Password Dictionaries. This allows us to literally download these password dictionaries. Like this one, I want to take Kane. Granted, Kali Linux already has this password, but if you wanted to, you could save this file and then extract that just by right-clicking and extracting 500 worst passwords. That would be something that we could download. Twitter banned. These are the passwords that has been banned by Twitter. If we go back, the GitHub. So let's look at the GitHub one. Here we have a bazillion different passwords in here. Just want to pick a random. MySpace. MySpace.txt. What I like about GitHub is it shows even the, let's go back a little bit. It shows the comments of the last modification. So we can see on MySpace.txt, the user had removed the duplicate values that has been in there. So if the password has been in there on line 32, they remove that same password from line 486. So let's click on MySpace.txt. Alrighty, and here are all the passwords that people have used for MySpace in the past. Just pick a random one. Baby girl 1. Baby girl 1. I think that's supposed to be an I, not for sure. Yankees 1. 1 Curdy. Superman 1. Scooby 1. Hey, Scooby-Doo! Look, here's our first one where they use a little bit of lead by password. I love you 3. So we have a whole bunch of different ones in here. Now what we can do is we come back up here to the top and click on this raw button right here. Alright, now if we press Control A, Control C, we're going to minimize this. Let's come down here to our text editor and then Control V. And now we have all of those passwords that we just got from that website. Now let's click on Save. We're going to put this on our desktop and we're going to give it a new title name. I'm going to put mine as pwd.txt. Now we close out of this. Here's our pwd.txt file. If we open it back up, our passwords would still be there. We have the passwords we created. We have the 3 major passwords. That's from the 70s up to the 90s. And then we've got passwords from, what was that, MySpace? Now we close out of that, and we can close out of Firefox. The reason we wanted to create our password.txt was because we're going to be using this specific password.txt file when we get ready to brute force our way past passwords. Summary. What we have learned in this section, we've got introduced to hacking and hackers. We set up a virtual environment. We proceeded to install Kali Linux. We played around in our new operating system. Kind of knew where got used to where things are and how to use Kali Linux. And we created our own password dictionary. All the things of making of a hacker. Here in the next section, in which we're going to be testing websites. Section 2, Website Testing. During this section of the course, we're going to take a look at a few things. The first thing we're going to look at is WordPress. We'll discover how to exploit a WordPress website. We'll move on to Burp Suite. Here, we'll perform a web app security testing and audit. We'll use XSSER in order to conduct a web application pen test audit. And then we'll use the code. We'll view the source code of our target. We can use Wireshark to scan for any open ports with Wireshark. And then finally, we want to take a look at MX Toolbox. This is what we're going to use to extract any and all information we can about the website. Hacking a WordPress website. Hacking a WordPress website can literally be done in just 3 easy steps. The first step we need is to find an active user. So here we're going to search for any login details that we can find in order to log in with. I highly recommend getting a admin level or root access account. The next step is going to be brute forcing the password. Now that we have a username we can use, what we need to do is test out if we have the password in our dictionary. So we're just going to go ahead and throw a brute force attack at that and attempt to crack their password. We're going to test and take control. While our test indicates that we have the username and we have their password, let's go to the website to test it out and see if we can log in. In this video, WP Scan, hacking a WordPress website. WP Scan. We can utilize this tool in order to extract any active users with their accounts. We can also see some other WordPress services, and we can also use the WP Scan or brute force from within inside this tool. So we're inside of our Kali Linux machine. One of the first things we want to do is we want to go ahead, let's open up our Firefox web browser. And then we'll go ahead and navigate directly to the target's website. So here is istrepairs.com. And if you're not real 100% for sure, just scroll all the way down to the very bottom. And we can see, proudly powered by WordPress. So we know that this website is vulnerable with WordPress. So what we want to do is figure out what's the login information. So if we come over here to wp-admin, this is generally the default login for all WordPress websites. So we are here. What we want to do is we just want to go ahead and minimize this window. Open up our terminal. Let me adjust this. So the first thing we want to do is we want to type in wp scan --url. So what we've done so far is we've called the script wp scan, and we want to throw some arguments at it. And the first argument we want is to tell it to look for a URL, specifically istrepairs.com. Now what we want to do is we want to gather any usernames that there may be. So we'll do -- enumerate u. This way it'll enumerate any usernames. So we click enter, then what it'll do is we will, let's see. Okay, so now the first thing we have is it seems like you have not updated the database for some time. This is your first time loading up WP Scan, or if you haven't used it in like 4 or 5 months. Go ahead and press Y so that way you can update your database for WP Scan. Once it updates that, it's going to automatically go ahead and start cracking the website. Okay, so the first thing that we can see is the URL, which is our target. We can see the start date and time that we started our attack. The WordPress, we can see right here where there's an exclamation point. We want to pay attention to that. That means that there's something good on the inside. So let's take a look here. The WordPress istrepairs.com /readme.html. That file exists, but we can see it's exposing a version number. Now this is helpful because we can actually navigate to that URL and we can look at the README. We can determine what WordPress version they're using. Then we can perform like a Google search in order to see if there's any vulnerabilities or exploits that has been known or that people have reported for that specific WordPress version. And we scroll down here, we have another exclamation point. The directory listing above is enabled with IST WP content uploads, and we have WP includes. These are great because we can use these to basically these are the directories that we want to upload to, and here's what we have for like plugins and other stuff like that. Now here is a very interesting header right here. This is one thing I want to point out. An interesting header for server. That's right, it actually pulled the server information. According to our report, we're using an Apache server. The Apache version is 2.4.25. The server, the virtual server that's using, or the standard server it's using, is Ubuntu. For anybody that knows me, knows that yes, I would probably be using Ubuntu. We can see that the WordPress version is 4.8.2. We can see that this WordPress was released 2017-9/19. Now we can talk about the theme. WordPress, the theme that's in use, the active theme right now, is 2017 version 1.3. Let's take a look at that right quick. So we have the theme name, the theme version. WP Scan will also look for the latest version of that theme and give you that latest version number. And it'll tell you, yes, we are up to date, or no, we're not. It tells you the location of where we have the theme installed at, the README file for that theme, the style URL for that theme, the URI, so if we wanted to, we can go to this URL right here, and we can download that theme if we chose to. So we have a lot of great things right there. Now let's get down to the goody part, the one that I know that you guys have been waiting for. Enumerating the usernames. Does it work? Yes, it does work. Here is my information right here. Alove, A-L-O-V-E. A for Aubrey, in case you was wondering. No, it's not Olive. Then we have admin, admin level. Let's break this down so you don't get too confused. This right here, the login, this is literally pretty much just their nickname or their username that they use to log in with WordPress. The name generally is first name and last name. First name and then last name. So when you're searching for, like if you go to a random WordPress website, chances are they're not going to have an admin level. That's one that I created so we know, okay, here's an admin account. Generally for noob WordPress users, or just somebody that throws together a WordPress website for the company, or even large companies even for that matter, they would have a login name with admin. They'd even have one maybe with root or IT tech or something like that to indicate that it is going to be an admin level account. So what we want to do now is we want to go ahead and we want to do another WP scan --URL www.istrepairs.com. So now we have called the same script, WP scan again, and we're given the same first argument. We're going to call the URL that we want to go to. However, what we want to do now is we want to throw a word list at it. So we'll do -- word list. And then from here, what we can do is, in fact, we can grab the password dictionary, password.txt file that we had created earlier. One click and drag that directly onto our terminal. Now that we have our word list selected, we want to select a username. So if we do --username, we can select if we want alove or admin. Me personally, I want to go after the admin. I want full control, full power of this website. So I'm going to do admin, and then I'm going to let it run its course. Now WP Scan is going to do the exact same thing it did the first time. The only difference is it will not enumerate the usernames, but instead it'll attempt to crack that password for us. So this was done really fast. Chances are this will not be done as fast. The reason for that is because the password that we have in our password dictionary happens to be one of the first ones on top. And so it just happens, we just happen to have that password, and it happens to be near the top. If that password right there, that's inside of our password dictionary, if that was further down, like at the very bottom of the list, depending on how many passwords we have in there, it could take a few hours before it cracks this. So what we want to do now is we want to go ahead and come over here, and we want to copy this. Highlight it all, right click and copy. And the reason I say you want to copy it is because when you're sitting here looking at it, you don't want to say, well, do I have this? Did I type it in right? Because if you can't log in, incorrect password, it's better just copy and paste the password. That way you know how to say, well, did I type it in right or not? So what we're going to do is we're going to type in admin inside of the username. And then we're just going to right click in the password field and paste that same password. And we'll click on login. Let's go ahead and click remember me. And there we go. We have full access to istrepairs.com on the WordPress website. One thing I can do if I wanted to, the first thing I would do if I was malicious about it is I'd go into my users and I'd look at all the different users there is. And if I really wanted to, I'd come over here to alove. I'd scroll down here. I would either just go ahead and give them just an author role model, a contributor, or maybe even a subscriber. One of the very basic roles that has like hardly anything they can't do. I could be nice, give them an author so they can still create posts, they can still create ad media and stuff like that. We could change the nickname if we wanted to. We could change the email even. Change the profile picture. We could even get real malicious and generate some random password for them. And then save that password. Alove tries to log back in again. He can't log in because he doesn't have this new password. Once we have generated a new password for him, what we would do then is log out everywhere. That way, if he has an active session, let's say on his laptop or maybe his Android or iPhone, if we click log out everywhere, then he won't be logged in anywhere else, no matter where he is. All of his devices would be locked out of WordPress. Another thing we want to do, if we're stupidly malicious about it, is we could just delete that. Just delete that user. What we could do, if we have admin access, we're trying to be malicious about it, the first thing I would personally do is I'd come all the way down here to generate password, and then I would actually just change this password to PASSW0RD 2017. So then that way, whenever I save the changes, log out everywhere else, that way no matter who's logged into this website as admin, I will log them out. When they try to log back in, they won't log in because they don't have this new password. I could be that malicious about it. We could change the themes completely. So we could change the theme completely differently. If you're a WordPress theme creator, you could upload your own theme, add a new theme from the market. We could just have a whole bunch of fun with this thing. Let's do Online Mag. Let's just install that because we have admin access. We don't care, it's not our website. So let's go ahead and install this one. And then we'll activate it. Now let's go ahead and test that theory out right quick. So if we open up a new tab, istrepairs.com, we can see that it looks 100% different. It does not look the same. So there's that one. Now another thing that I would do is I'd go into the pages. If I was being malicious, I did not have authorization to come here, I'd go to the pages and I'd look for the front page. This is the front page that everybody sees when they first go to this website. And I would make sure that I put hacked by either my alias name or my real name if I'm being funny with my friend, or I would just give some random company. Like, so let's say we hacked, as an example, let's say Dell has their own WordPress theme. And then let's say Apple has a WordPress website. Now what we could do is if we hacked into Dell, we could say hacked by Apple and then put the Apple URL for the WordPress website. And then before you know it, you have this huge war going on between Dell and Apple because Apple apparently hacked Dell. It won't be until, they look at the logs, the IP logs, to realize, oh, Apple didn't do it. He did it. So there's that option we have. In the next video, Burp Suit. We'll be looking at web app security testing with Burp Suit. We're still in section 2. This time, we're looking at Burp Suit, a web app security testing software. In this video, Burp Suit, web app security testing. While performing our test, we're going to attempt to find any security vulnerabilities by using Burp Suit. This is going to tell us if we have any security issues with our target. So what we want to do is go ahead and minimize our Firefox. And we're going to come over here to Show Applications and then type in BURP. And there's our Burp Suit. This is the first time you're loading it up. Your screen should look almost identical to mine. It's going to load up the free edition and get everything set up and configured. So the first thing we want to do is agree to help improve by submitting anonymous feedback about its performance. You can accept or decline that. It does not affect your ability to use Burp Suite or not. Okay, so we have Burp Suite opened up. Now it's saying that there is an update available. Description tells you why there's an update, minor enhancements and bug fixes. And you go to this URL right here to see the release notes. I'll update that later. Now, if you're using the free version of Burp Suite, the only thing you can do is a temporary project. You can't do a new portion on the disk. You can't open up an existing portion or anything like that. So we'll just click on Next. Now, here's what we can do. We can use the Burp Suite defaults that's pre-configured in Burp, or we could load our own configuration file. So let's just go ahead and leave it as use Burp defaults and then start Burp. So now that we have Burp opened up, one of the first things that I want to do is kind of shrink it down just a little bit. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to take this page off. I'm going to open up a new tab. I'm going to come over here to the three little lines and we're going to go into our preferences. Inside of our preferences, I want you to go to the Advanced tab and click on Network. Now inside the network, we got a Settings tab for the connection configuration. So we click on Settings and then Manual Proxy. Let's leave that there for now because we're going to come back to it. Come back into Burp, go to your Proxy tab on the top, and then go to Options. So we want to make sure that this button is checked, that is saying that Burp is running on this interface. Interface is going to be 127.0.0.1 and colon 8080, which means that the interface that we're going to basically have everything go to is the IP address 127.0.0.1 on port 8080. So now what I want to do is I want to come down here and I want to just check on all these boxes. You don't normally have to do that, but it gives us a help out. Definitely want to come down here and check all these boxes as well. And then we're going to use HTTP 1, HTTP 1.0, and then select response. So once that is done, what we want to do is come back over here. We're going to type in the IP address 127.127.0.0.1, and then we're going to put port 8080. Now we want to click Use this proxy server for all protocols. Once you have that done, let's go ahead and click on OK, and that sets all that. So let's come back over here to ISC Repairs, and let's refresh that web page. If it loads back up, then you did it great. If it doesn't load up, then you must have messed up on the settings on the IP address, maybe the port, or maybe you missed a few of the checkboxes. Now let's go ahead and go to our target, and we see we have all this different stuff right here. All of these different websites and links, these are actually a part of the website we're looking at right now. And these are links that either link to the website or link from the website to outside sources. So the first thing we want to do is we want to just kind of look at iscrepairs.com. And we just get the main URL, which is the home page, the root directory. So what we want to do is we want to look down here in the raw file. So we have the domain name. It's using HTTP1. The user agent that it prefers is Mozilla 5.0. The user agent is our information. So we're using Mozilla, we're using Linux, Android. So website is accepting text HTML as well as application XHTML, XML, which indicates to me that this is probably going to be a responsive website. So you can pull it up on your phone or your tablet. It's accepting languages English, United States. We see we have a cookie right here. So we have a WP plus cookie plus check for WordPress. We have a WordPress logged in cookie of admin. Obviously, we just hacked that. So here's our admin cookie that we can use. And then we have a WP time setting. Now, if we want to, we can come in here and look at the WP content themes, JavaScript admin. And these are all just the different, pretty much we got different keys, but mostly it's just a different IP address, a different URL. Come all the way down here to the very bottom and we have XML RPC, We got WP includes. We have just a bunch of different things that we can have a look around at and kind of get to know the website a little bit. Another thing we can do is we can look inside the headers. So let's go back up here to the very top, and we have the headers broken down in a more easy table lineup that we can see. We can go to parameters and see that we have a cookie for a test cookie, a logged in cookie, and a time cookie. And if we want to, if you know anything about hex and hex values, here's the hex code or hex key for WordPress. This website anyway. Now what we can do is we can come over here to proxy and we can look at the intercept, make sure that it is on, so that's doing good. And then we can look at the HTTP history of what we've done. And it pretty much gives us the same thing. So this can help us out a lot by mostly extracting cookie information. What we could do is look at the WebSockets history. There's nothing there. We can do this spider, but we don't have the spider because we have the free version. Scanner, free version, as you know, we can't use that because it's free. Intruder, we can start a tag on this one. Payload is empty, so let's do payloads. The simplest. Okay, so this is pro version only. Now we have a bunch of these new codes and tools and stuff over here we can use, but 90% of them need to have the paid version. So if we just stick to our target, we can extract information from the website itself. Now if we come over here to target, sitemap, and then response, we have the date, we have the server, so we have the server information again. We have when it expires, so we have an expiration date. We also have cache control. We see a link, we see another link, and we see the website. So here's actually some of the code itself. That's really great. So that gives us a lot of information that we can use, especially now that we can see the code. In the next video, web application penetration testing. Right now we'll get into web application penetration testing. In this video, XSSER, Web App Pen Test. XSSER is a cross-site scripter that can allow us to detect, exploit, and even give a report on any XSS vulnerabilities that could be nested inside of a web-based application. We'll explore XSSER and learn how to use it. With great power comes great responsibility. Uncle Ben from Spider-Man. Yes, that might be a little corny, but it is very true and very powerful word. It is a very true statement when hacking. Go forth and ethically pen test your targets. So we don't need Burp anymore. Let's close that out. Yes, exit. Okay, so we can go back to our Mozilla Firefox, go to settings, and then just use system settings for that. Once you have that done, just click on OK, and your computer, your Firefox will go back to normal. So now we're at istrepairs.com. What we want to do is we want to test XSSER in order to see if there is any vulnerabilities. Now there's a couple different scripts that we could use. However, I narrowed it down to allow us to scan for all different possibilities. So what we want to do is XSSER space dash all, and then the website name. So http://www.istrepairs.com. It is very, very crucial that you use http://www. Otherwise, it will not recognize it and it will mess up. So once you have XSSER space all all space http://www.domainname.com, press enter. And then we wait for this to perform its test. So what we're doing is we're coming back here and our scan has been done. So what we're looking at here is we want to come down here to scroll just a little bit to where you see mosquitoes landed. That means that the scripting is done. And here are the final results. Out of everything we just did, we injected 4,958 different types of XSSER injections. 4,942 of them failed. Only 16 of them went through perfectly. So Then underneath that is a list of possible XSS injections. So we look down here, target, iscrepairs.com, index.php, 2017, 9 hello world. Basically, this one right here is subjectable. This is the target. The injection is reply to so it's a reply to comment, which that can be a XSS injection vulnerability. We have another one that is another reply to comment, but this is a vector. So we have a couple of different possibilities that we could use in order to inject XSS injection. And we can see that on the second one, the vector one, this is an injection that looks like cross-site reference scripting. So this would possibly be something that's used on multiple websites. So we have that option we can look at. In the next video, analyzing source code. Analyzing the source code. As a programmer, this is my favorite part. In this video, analyzing the source code. We have two options. Number one is offline viewing. We can actually download the web code of that page by using wget, and then we can view it later when we're not connected to the internet, or we have a little bit more time, we can look at it. Another option we can do is actually live viewing. This is going to allow us to view the code straight from the server itself. Talk is cheap. Show me the code. Linus Torvalds. While searching for exploits and vulnerabilities, using scripts and different programs is a great way that we can use to worm our way into a server or even a website. Sometimes we can also find just those exploits and vulnerabilities directly inside the source code itself. So the first thing we want to do is let's go ahead and switch over to our Firefox. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and talk about live viewing right quick. This is going to be easy and get it out of the way. So what you want to do is pretty much anywhere on the page, not on an image, but anywhere on the page, just right click, and then you want to scroll down till you see View Page Source. And here is the entire HTML and CSS code, obviously CSS code, that they are using to build this website. We can see a site identity and logo tagline. We can see primary HTML and button information, primary title information. So this right here is all CSS coding. We have links that we can use. So they're using fonts.googleapis.com. So the fonts from Google. They're using s.w.org for a DNS prefetch. They're using alternative links for application using XML. They're feeding it to different feeds. We have a custom JavaScript right here for images. We also have another custom CSS script right here for an emoji with a WP smiley. We have a butt ton more links right here. And we have dash icons, we got admin bar. Now this is really great, especially if you're a programmer, because then you can say, okay, well, here's an admin bar. So if you was to just click on that, here is the CSS for that admin bar. We can see application. So this is a JSON application. So if we click on this one, we can see that JSON application. We can see that source code directly. Now this is really great because we can copy and paste as most script kiddies do, or we can reverse engineer that code and make it work for our website the way we want it to. So we have a lot of great stuff here. We have menu items. So here's how they have their menu set up, and here are the links for it. So we can actually see the links in the back side of everything. We can see another link right here, which is their home page, a site description. We can view all of this information right here, straight from the server, viewing it live. So we have data cycles, we've got notice content for Hello World. We have all this information we could use. Scrolling all the way down to the very bottom, we have list elements. We have a bunch of list elements. This is probably going to be in the footer. And look at this. It is for mobile responsive. So this is all responsive. Come up a little bit. We have JavaScripts. Here is all of the JavaScripts for assets using frameworks. So we can see the assets and frameworks. We know that they're using JavaScript using version 4.8.2. Here's another modernizer. This is a JavaScript modernizer script using 2.8.3. So we have a bunch of different things that we can see here. We can see version 4.8.2 for WP embed min JavaScript. Let's go ahead and do that right quick so you can see what that looks like. So let's come down here right quick. That was WP embed. Let's just right click, open a new tab. So what I want to look at is I want to grab this last little bit right here. Copy that, and in my new tab, I'm going to go to google.com. Now what I can do here is I can paste that directly into Google, and it'll give me a search result. So WordPress includes JS at master. Let's look inside of that. So here is the GitHub code for that. If we go back, we see version 4.8.2 WordPress codex. Now if we look inside here, this will tell us all of the information we need to know about this specific version. And why is this helpful? We can see new to WordPress, we can see all this stuff. So here's the summary. This is what we want. Here's the release notes. So if we click on that, we can see that they have included a cross-scripting. So they have cross-scripting vulnerability was discovered in the visual editor. So they went ahead and fixed that issue. They also fixed another vulnerability for embed discovery. So that's why our XSSER did not work, because WordPress had found those vulnerabilities and updated those from 4.8.1 to 4.8.2. So we can see the differences and why our script didn't work. Now, if the website was using 4.8.1, we might have had that vulnerability we could have used. We could have had this vulnerability. We have another XSS vulnerability for the plugin editor. We have a bunch of vulnerabilities using XSER in 4.8.1 than what we do in 4.8.2. So that is a huge reason why you want to look at the versions and the release versions of what the website is using. Now, inside of our terminal, what we can do is we can type in wget for wget, and then the URL, so www.istrepairs.com. And if we download that, just click enter, then it has downloaded that index page. So if we do ls, then we can see in our root directory, we have all these folders, and we have a new file, index.html. Let's clear our log, and if we do nano index.html, we can open it up, and we can see that here is the website all over again. We have downloaded that website, so we have that option for us. So now let's do ls again. Okay, so we've seen that, but we don't want that there anymore. How can we get rid of it? Well, if we do rm-rf index.html, that removes it. So we do not have that anymore. In the next video, Wireshark, port scanning. Wireshark, and we're going to scan our website and target for any open ports. In this video, Wireshark with port scanning. Wireshark, visually scanning the ports on a GUI interface. We will scan our target for any ports that are being used. Typically, there will be at least 2 ports opened up, but at least one for sure. And that's going to be port 80. 80 is for HTTP requests. We may have port 21, which is for FTP. If we have port 22, that's SFTP. And we might have port 443, which is HTTPS. So we generally have at least from 1 to 4 ports that can be opened up. But almost every single time we have port 80 that's opened up. You can never protect yourself 100% by Kevin Mitnick. And during this course, we can clearly see that this is extremely true. With the right mindset, determination, and time, any server is vulnerable onto our demands. Inside of our Kali Linux machine, what we want to do is we want to go over here to Show Applications, and we just want to type in Wire. So then we're going to open up Wireshark. Okay, just failed. Okay, so inside of Wireshark, what we want to do is we want to take a close look at our specific network interface that we're using. In my case, it's ETH0. So if I double click on that, I can see that all of a sudden all these destinations and websites are starting to pop up. All the IP addresses are popping up. So what I want to do is I want to come over here and I want to click on refresh on IST repairs. This way I can have a new fresh set boundaries with istrepairs.com, which is going to be 165.227.129.85. If you are unsure of your target's IP address. Pull up your terminal and perform a simple ping, P-I-N-G, www.istrepairs.com. And then it will ping the website. Now you can let it ping through the whole time, or just go ahead and stop it. And as we can see, 165.227.129.85. So we close out of this, 165.227.129.85. So here is our target. Now what I want to do is, if we come down here to transmission control, we can see discovering port 80. So we have port 80 opened up. If we scroll over here, it also shows us the information. So 43022 goes to port 80. And we can come over here and we can see a little bit about that information as well. So let's come down here. We have come down to another 165. Here's this one right here. It's a TCP protocol, which is going to be on port 80. See if we scroll down a little bit. See if we can find another one. See if we can find anything else that we have. This one 80, another 80, another 80. So it looks like this target that we are using is only running port 80s. So that's the only port that appears to be opened up for us right now. I'm not really determined. I'm not really scared. At least we have port 80. So that's an open port that we can use. Let's see if I can find at least one more down in here. 165. Where did it go? 165. So this is just a ping request. Okay. So we only have port 80 opened up. Website that we can see. Now another thing we can see is we just come over here. Let's grab that 165. Just grabbing any random one. So what we have here is frames. So if we use this arrow and bring it down, we can see the interface that we're using to connect to this is ETH0, which is an Ethernet. The arrival time, which is the time of the attack, is September 26, 2017, Tuesday, 7/19. And that's pretty much what I have up here. We can see the epoch time, and that's how many seconds. The delta time, frame number, frame length is 74 bytes. We can see that the rules is HTTP. So it looks like there's only HTTP, and we can see that it's running TCP port 80. Bring this back up. And this is just our basic information about our personal internet dongle. So we can see that we just have pretty much our personal information, the source that we're targeting, and our destination here. So this is saying that istrepairs.com is connecting to our computer. The source IP is coming from New York, New York. Let's go ahead and drop that down. So we have New York, United States, New York, New York. We have the geo latitude and the longitude. So if we were to pull that into Google Maps geo lat and long, we should be able to pull up an exact address with that information. And then the transmission control. We can see the source port is on port 80. The destination port we tried to reach was 43012. The header length is 40 bytes. The window size is 28960. SEQ analysis. We can just see that there's this is an ACK to the segment in frame 27, so it's just an add-on. So we have a lot of information we can use directly right here in everything that we have. In the next video, domain information and more. Domain name information and more. In this video, MX Toolbox, domain name information and more. MX Toolbox is an online-based service that will allow us to extract information from our target's domain name. We will also be able to view a variety of other tasks with this. If we go to mxtoolbox.com, I'm not using Kali because it's a website. You can use it anywhere. But if you were to come right here and type in your target domain name, the www.istrepairs.com, first thing we want to do is look up the MX lookup. This is going to allow us to basically see if they have any mail records or anything like that. So as we can see, the email service provider looks like it's going through GoDaddy, but there's no email clients underneath it. So that can mean one of two things. Number one, do they set up their email addresses yet? Or are they hiding their MX record? Just to be double sure on that, we could take off the www and just do istrepairs.com and then do the MX lookup. Okay, so now we see we have an SMTP secure server net. We also have a mailstore1.secureserver.net. Both of these are in Scottsdale, Arizona by GoDaddy.com. So we do have an email records, but there's no emails. So they haven't set up email names just yet. If we come down here, another thing I want to look at is the WhoIS lookup. By using WhoIS lookup, we can see that they registered their domain name with GoDaddy. We can see their name services, nso3.domain and nso4.domaincontrol.com. We can see the registry domain ID. We'll see the URL, obviously GoDaddy.com. We can also see when the last time the domain name was updated, when they bought the domain name, and when the domain name expires. We can see the registrar IANA ID. We can also see the registrar's abuse email and phone number. The domain status and name server and everything else looks like it is actually hidden through ICANN. So they have hidden any of their other information. Now another thing I want to take a look at is I want to do a port scan. Yes, we did do a port scan in Wireshark. What I want to do now is I want to throw a port scan at IST repairs to see if we might have accidentally missed a port. And we did. SSH on 22. Oh, wait, I still have that opened up. Okay, so this one is actually mine. So a bunch of images to the server. And so that one I need to close off. But that's the reason why we missed that port right there, was because I just opened it up and I forgot to close it off. But we do have port 80 opened up, which is our HTTP. If we come down here, we do not have anything else. Our HTTPS is not open. Our FTP or SSH is opened up. Our FTP is not opened up. So everything else is definitely closed off. That's good. That's good for the website part, because that is limited ways that we can access the website. That's bad on the hacker's part, because that's limited ways we can access the website. So now let's come down here again. And if we come all the way down here to TXT, if sometimes people will put a TXT file attached to the domain name, and there would be usually private information or vulnerable information inside of that. Obviously, this one does not have a TXT. Now, if we come down here, we can do a domain health. This just basically checks to see if the domain DNS is good or not. And we can see that the domain DNS had failed. So this is a possibility because of the fact that I am throwing so many scripts at this website at the same time. But it also could mean that, it does have the check mark. So it's really good and set up. And our DNS that we can see from here, our domain control, which is being hosted by GoDaddy, they're doing a really good job of preventing any DNS leaks or anything like that coming through. Now, there's one other thing that we want to take a look at, and we want to do a trace. So if we do a trace route on istrepairs.com, we allow this to go ahead and pull this report, we'll be able to see a few more bits of information from this. Let's see what it can pull up for us. So, by doing a trace search, what we have just figured out is that 208.123.79.34 MX HSRP MXToolbox.com. So what this means right here is that MXToolbox.com is connected to the server. We have AUScore.cornap.com. They are connected to the server, and here's their IP address. We have a corner nap from static customer, again from Austin, that is connected to our website. We can see that there's another company connected. We have Payo Dallas.net. So we got Virginia, US. So this is a wireless phone number. So somebody is looking at the website from a wireless device. We also have another wireless device that is connected to our website. We have a Tata communication. So we have 3 different wireless devices that are connecting to our website right now. So this tracer is really great because we can figure out who is connected to the website. Then we can kind of go from there. We can open that up. We can perform our own scans on that and get more details into that if we choose to. So now what we want to do here is we would like to come down here and do a INSEC lookup. Wait, not INSEC. What was it? DS lookup. DNS record not found. So that means that inside the DNS record of GoDaddy, either they have purchased the privatized records, so GoDaddy is protecting their DNS records, or they don't have their DNS records set up properly. One of those two issues could be a issue that we have going on here. So by using this information right here, we can even go through if we really wanted to, and we can come down here and do a domain health on istrepairs.com. Again, DNS failure. So let's try with www.istrepairs. Again, we have this as a failure again. So that, but it does give us a green check mark. So that indicates that, it is working, but for some reason the test itself is failing from MX Toolbox. What we have learned in this section, we exploited a WordPress website. We tested the website for security. We then did a pen testing using XSER. We viewed our target source code. We scanned the target for any open ports, and then we sought out information based off of the domain name. In the next section, server testing. Welcome back to Kali Linux penetration testing. We're getting into section 3, server testing. During this section, we're going to take a hard look into SQL injection testing. We'll attempt to deploy a JSP shell attack. We will then perform password cracking. We'll do a security scan. We will search for any outdated software. We will perform a DNS spoofing, and then we will then go on to a recon work with Reconnaissance. In this video, testing SQL injections. Here we're going to use two different methods. SQL map is one of the methods we'll use to test for an SQL injection vulnerability, and then we'll use SQL Ninja. That's what we're going to use to basically inject. If we have anything, we can double check SQL injection vulnerabilities and then use SQL Ninja to throw an SQL injection at our server. Server hacking. The 3 steps we're going to take for this is exploit vulnerabilities. In that section, what we're going to need to do is find any of the server's weaknesses that we can use in order to infiltrate the server. We will crack passwords. If applicable, we may need to actually crack any passwords for the server. And then finally, gaining access. So our target is weak and we found the password for an account. Now, can we take control of our target? Is a question. So let's just go ahead and close this down inside of our Kali machine. Let's close down Wireshark. Alrighty, so now we're back to Kali. Let's go ahead and open up our terminal. And the first thing we want to take a look at is SQL map. So let's type in the script SQL map. Now what we want to do is we want to give the first argument the URL. So we do --URL http //www.dstrepairs.com. Then what we want to do is we want to assign a user agent. So we do --user-agent equals SQL map. We want to set a batch mode so that we'll basically test for almost all of the injection vulnerabilities. After that, we want to set the level 5. And then finally, we want to set the risk equals 3. Now with that, we've called our SQL map script that we've given it some arguments. First argument is, here's our target, which is the URL. The user agent we wanted to use is SQL map. So it's going to use SQL maps, SQL injections, in order to test it for vulnerabilities. We're using a level 5, which is the hardest levels that you can use. It goes from 1 to 5. And then we've got a risk factor of 1 to 3. 1 being low risk, 3 being high risk. And then finally, we want to test the DB system. So we do --dbms equals mysql. So we want to test to see if the website has a MySQL database. If it does, throw SQL injections at the MySQL database. Once you have that all set up, just press enter and let it run its course. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and stop my SQL injection. And the reason I'm doing this is because I've seen this a couple of times. The test shows that the user agent parameter user agent might not be injectable. The perimeter referrer doesn't seem to be injectable either. So I've seen a few different user agents are not injectable. So I'm just going to go ahead and quit this because apparently our website is not going to be injectable with MySQL. So what we're going to do right now, we're going to go ahead and move on to SQL Ninja. So let's go ahead and clear this one. And the reason we're going ahead and move on to SQL Ninja, even though SQL Map indicated that it's not injectable, there might be one or two new things in SQL Ninja we could possibly use. Not for sure, but it is possible. So what we want to do is we want to type in SQL Ninja-MT-F. Let's just do MT. SQL Ninja MT. Okay, the reason why I want to do it this way is if you get this error, SQLninja.conf does not exist exiting, we have to create our own SQLninja.conf file. So let's go ahead and minimize this. What we're going to do is we're going to come over to Firefox and we are going to look for SQLninja.conf file. And usually you want to look for a GitHub setup. So like this one right here is GitHub. Let's go ahead and look at this one. See, this is one that we want to use. It looks like we have HTTP request, so we can get the HTTP request start. This looks good. So what I want to do is I want to view the raw data of this. I'm just going to highlight everything and copy that with Control A, Control C. Now I'm going to open up my text editor. I'm going to paste that all right in here. I'm going to scroll up here to the very top. And there's two things that I want to adjust in here. First one is get HTTPS and this right here. I want to change that to our website. So we do www.istrepairs.com. And then we're going to change the host from that domain name to www.istrepairs.com. Now another thing that I want to do is our website is not secured. So we take that S out right there. We are good to go. Now, another thing that we can do is once we're done checking this specific SQL injection, what we can do is we'll learn how to search Google for our website to see if we have any other SQL injections that we can try to test for. But for right now, let's click on Save. I'm going to put this in my desktop, and I'm going to save this as SQL Ninja.conf. Now let's save that and close out of this. Let's come back to our terminal, clear out of this. Now what we want to do, SQL Ninja-MT-F, and the F is going to be the file location. So we're going to do the same thing for our password. Just drag and drop SQL Ninja in here, and we'll be good to go. So what we want to do now is we want to press enter. Alrighty, so immediately we have check configuration things might not be working as expected. The server responded with 404 not found. Application is not vulnerable. There is an error in the configuration. We know there's not an error in that configuration because we just edited it, but we also have the application is not vulnerable. We also have the application is not vulnerable from SQL map. So one more thing we want to do is we want to come back over here to Firefox, and this time we're going to go to google.com. Now, the way we can check for website vulnerabilities is inside the search bar, www.istrepairs.com/. So what we're looking for is we are looking for the domain name.com / and we're looking for something very specific at the end of it. And it's going to have like a question mark ID equals whatever. So we go through here and we can find anything that would represent a ID or anything of that sort, then we'll be good to go. Such as, here's an example of what we're looking for. Books question mark ID equals that. So we're looking for something very similar to that. Might be different. This books might be different, but definitely our domain name would be different. So if we're sitting here searching through, we can't find anything. So obviously the website is not vulnerable and it has not had enough time to properly be on Google. So if we was to be able to find something, let's take, as an example, let's take that books question ID, whatever it was. See if we can't find that again. So that was going to be right here. So if we was to copy this right here, highlight, Control C, then what we could do is we could come back to our SQL Ninja configuration file, And right here where it says check ID, we could actually replace that with, we could place this whole section, check ID equals 1, and we put that book's ID. Now we save that and we rerun that script. Then what we see is we have the same thing. And I knew that that specific configuration would not actually be vulnerable because we don't have any books on our site. So what we could do is, if we really wanted to try to find something out, another option we could take is we can come over here to this right here, and we could do WordPress user ID. So if we just Google search something like that, then what we do is get user ID, so we could possibly copy that, go to our text editor. We can grab this right here, and we can copy and paste that in there. Now, if we have our terminal opened up, we don't really want to mess with that, so let's just open up a new window. So we do wp scan equals URL www.istrepairs. What we're going to do here, we're going to enumerate the usernames all over again. And the reason we're going to do this is because if you're attacking another WordPress website, and I'm just using this one as a very quick example because it is my target, it's my website. So if we're using, another website directory that is using, or we're hacking another website that is WordPress, we can see the ID is 1 and 2. So I want to focus on 2. So now let's come back over here to our text editor, and right here where it says ID, get user ID, we're just going to put question equals 2. Now we save that, close out of this. What we're going to do inside of the terminal is we're going to redo this SQL Ninja attack one more time. So if we can see now that the server is responding to the 404 not found. So there's that issue right there. Check configuration, this might not be working as expected. The application is still not vulnerable, or there's an error in the configuration. What we can do is minimize this. Let's open up our SQL Ninja configuration, and let's just delete everything from down here. So what we're doing is we are taking everything from HTTP request in all the way down out. That way, all we have is just our HTTP request. So I want to grab, it ends right there. So I want to copy that. I'm going to take everything else out and pasting that in. And then I'm going to save this. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to attempt this SQL Ninja one more time. And okay, so now I know my HTTP request is in fact working and it is set up. Injection was not possible because of application not vulnerable or an error in the configuration. So we also have a 404 error. So let's come over here and let's take a look at that 404. So we get http www.istrepairs.com. So that's working. Host istrepairs.com. That's working. What we can try to do here is take that out, and then let's go ahead and save that. And we'll throw it one more time. We still have the 404 not found. So this is telling me that my website is not vulnerable to SQL injections. In the next video, JBoss AutoPwn, or AutoPWN, we're going to try to deploy a JSP shell attack at our target. Welcome back to Kali Linux penetration testing. In this video, what we're going to do is we're going to look at JBoss AutoPwn in order to deploy a JSP shell attack. In this video, JBoss AutoPwn, deploying JSP shell attacks. Using the JBoss script in order to deploy our JSP shell upon our target. Once this is deployed, successfully anyway, our script will then upload and even command an execution ability in order to provide us with an interactive session. First thing we want to do is go ahead and open up Kali Linux. Make sure that everything is kind of closed down and we're working with a fresh screen. First thing we want to do is go ahead and open up Terminal. And if you don't remember the IP address of it, then what we're going to do is we're going to do a ping www.istrepairs.com. And we're going to stop that command, and we're just going to highlight this right here, right click and copy that. Let's clear this session. Now, the next thing that we really want to focus on is actually executing the JBoss script. We already know that our server is based on Linux, so we can do JBoss-Linux Now we'll put the IP address in there, and followed by that, we're going to put the port number. So we already know that we have port 80 opened up. Now we're going to set the number to greater than. And what we're going to do here is we're going to create a /dev/null. And this is going to be a directory that will not be on our targeted server. That way we could create our own folder directory in order to call that directory later on. Now, if this server is set up securely, chances are we will not be able to execute this. However, if this is just a fresh setup server, there's no security attached to it, then we should be able to execute this very nice and cleanly. And we cannot create a BSH script. We cannot deploy the ROR file, but something had went wrong. This indicates that the server itself is not vulnerable to an SSH shell shock attack. So, good news for the web admin or the Linux or the server admin. You can't shell shock your way into the server. Bad news for the hacker. We can't shell shock our way into the server. This is kind of one of those hit and miss type things. But if you have your own server and you want to test it out, you can go right on ahead and test it out. Just replace the IP address and the port. If you're using HTTPS, change the port to 443. You know that you have port 21 open, go ahead and try that. But you know what? Let's say we did have port 21 opened up. So what I want to do is I'm going to come back over here. I'm going to try this one more time, port 21. Was it 20 or 21? Port 21. Let's try that. Nope, same issue. So we couldn't even crack our way in on the FTP port either, on the SSH port. So we have that issue right there. Now, we tried, but if you want to, you can do another port scan on your target to see if there's new open ports opened up. You could try different IP address, so maybe they have another server that we can link to. There's a few different ways that we can get through that. In the next video, password testing. Welcome back to Kali Linux Penetration Testing. We're in Section 3, Password Testing with Hydra. In this video, passwords, cracking passwords. Here, we're going to attempt to crack passwords to the server by utilizing a software script called Hydra. With cracking passwords, this can be an extremely frustrating task, and it can also be rather long. Unlike our WordPress website where we hack that in just a matter of seconds, depending on the size of your password dictionary and the contents inside of it, you'll either be able to crack the passwords in a matter of seconds, like we did on our WordPress, and it can take several years, actually. There's one that I was testing a few weeks ago, and I kid you not, ETA was 47 years and like 57 days or something like that. It was just ridiculous. I was like, yep, Control-C, not going to do this. I actually waited like 3 days. I just let it run for 3 days straight. Still didn't have anything, so I just closed it off. But, the password file itself, if you have it really big, you have like, let's say 100,000 passwords in there, then you would probably more than likely be sitting there for a couple of years waiting for that password to crack. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to crack this password on our server by using Hydra. So let's go into Kali. And the first thing we want to do is just go ahead and open up Terminal. Now, when we're trying to brute force our way past server-based server usernames, we almost, especially in Linux, almost every single Linux is going to have root. It's going to have root. I mean, you will have a root access called root. For Windows, I believe it's actually admin, ADMIN, or it might be administrator. Try both of those out for admin. Apple, I really can't tell you. I'm not an Apple man. It could be root as well. Now, if you know the company and they gave you some sort of a hint or advice as to another user on the server, you could try to brute force their password if you know their login name. However, right now what we're going to do is we're going to focus on a Linux server with the default Linux server root access. We're going to try to hack that password using Hydra. So the first thing we want to do is open up Terminal. We're going to do Hydra -L root -P. We're going to point our directory. This is going to be the pwd.txt directory that we created. And then we want to put the password in there. So let's right click, paste that same password in there. And we want to tell Hydra this is an SSH connection. So if we click on enter, then we can see that it is starting to attack. Alrighty. So as you can see, this was actually really stupidly fast. We happen to have the password near the front of the dictionary like we did before. The login is root. The host is, I don't know, 165.227.129.85. And the password is computers 08. So let's give this a shot. So if we do SSH root at 165.227.129.85, click enter. Now what we're doing is we're going to basically remote command the server using terminal. So we click on yes, basically say, are you sure you want to add this? Now what we want to do is is asking for a password. So we see the password right here is computers 08, so we're going to type in computers 08. Congratulations, we just hacked into a server using Hydra with our password dictionary. That was freakishly fast. Upgrade my security for my server. So what can we do here? Well, let's go ahead and clear that off so we have a blank screen to look at. Now bear in mind, right now we are in the root directory of our server. So if we type in ls, there's nothing there. But if we do cd var www html, then we do an ls inside that, there is our WordPress directory. So now we have access to the WordPress information directly right here on the server. If we do a cd and then clear the screen again, we can change the passwords of users, we can add a user, delete users. We can be extremely malicious for it. We could also perform a shutdown, which will shut down the server. We could restart the server. Now, a lot of people are like, well, why the heck would you want to restart the server? Well, it depends. If the server itself is actually hosting a web application and you restart the web server, sometimes some configuration files might need to be reset. So restarting a server can actually do a lot of damage. And if you do it, early in the morning when everybody's just waking up or getting to work, they probably will not catch that until midday to late evening when people start complaining, hey, the website's not working. So there's a lot of malicious intent we can do here. We can also destroy this server by typing in destroy. Destroy. And if we did that, it would destroy the Linux server. So we have a bunch of different options in here that we can do. Now, if you want to get out of this, you can either close out the window right here, or you can just type in exit, and it'll disconnect you from that server. I'm an engineer, not a politician. Edward Snowden. Every person wants to have access to an account or server. And the only way to do that is by cracking passwords. As we can see how easy it is to crack WordPress and how easy it was for us to crack server passwords, it's actually pretty easy to get into it. The only issue is making sure that you have the right password in your dictionary, and that password is near the top so you're not sitting here for 37 hours straight looking at your terminal screen. In the next video, security scanning. Welcome back to Kali Linux Penetration Testing. We're in section 3, and this video is focusing on security scanning. In this video, Punk Spider security scanning. We will make a great use of Punk Spider in order to help us exploit and find any security measures and weaknesses in our target. So if we go to punkspider.org, get this little pop-up, and basically this little pop-up is saying, hey, we're not held responsible for any malicious purposes. Punk Spider is not here for you to just scan websites all willy-nilly and hack into them. Punk Spider was actually designed and developed to allow people to test their own security of their own servers. So you just accept their little agreement, say we're not going to hack some random website, we'll be okay. So what we want to do here is, before we do anything else, I personally want to highlight every single option that Punk Spider will do. And we can do or, and. Just go ahead and do and. It will perform all of these different testing. Now what we want to do is we want to put in our website. So www.istrepairs.com. And then we click on search. And then we let this flow through. No results found. Alrighty. So let's go ahead and bring this down just a little bit. Let's go ahead and just do it one at a time. Let's do SQLI for SQL injection. And it is running. No results are found. So let's do BSLQR. Now let's change it to or, which means that any one of these can be working. So let's go ahead and search for that. No results found. Let's try XSS. We've already done SQL. We've already done XSS through a few different tools on inside of our Kali Linux, but we're using Bunk Spider just to make sure that everything is working properly. So let's go ahead and search. No results have been found. So let's take this one off and let's go for a traversal path search. Again, no results are found. So let's take traversal off and let's do a mail header injection. Let's see if we can find that going on. See if we can find any securities in that. Nothing. Alrighty, so let's try our operating system command injection. Surely with Linux we can find something. Nothing. So the last option we have is XPath injection. And if this website says there is nothing to be injected, there are no issues at all, then you have yourself a very secured, very safe server. So, and it looks like we have no results found on anything. So, we're good to go on this part. In the next video, searching for outdated software. We'll be searching for outdated software. In this video, Nikto, searching for outdated software. Nikto. This allows us to scan our target in order to check for outdated software packages. Why are we focused on outdated software? Well, simply because any outdated packages may have a known weakness or vulnerability, which is going to allow us to have access or control over the entire server, or maybe just that part of the server. It might even give us a little insight on how to hack into the server with that specific path. You don't learn to hack, you hack to learn. IT Ninja. While performing our tests, it is highly recommended to investigate the software packages our target is using. If they're using any old, outdated software, then we're going to Google search those specific outdated software packages to see if we can find any exploits or vulnerabilities within those software packages. Let's go ahead and fire up our Kali Linux. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and clear out of this. Alrighty, so using Nikto is a very easy, very basic script with a very easy argument. All we're going to do is type in Nikto. Once we have called that script, the first argument we want to put in there is -host and then the domain name. So we have that, press enter, and it will scan. Okay, so here is some very good information we can use. Target IP. We have the IP address of the target, and we have done this before. We've done a ping command, so we know that the IP address is correct. The host name is istrepairs.com. The open port is 80, which that is what we have been known to use. That's the only port we've been able to find and open up. And here's the start time of when we started our Nikto scan. Down here is some information we can start looking at. We can see the server, it's Apache 2.4.25, and we're running on Ubuntu operating system. We can see that the anti-clickjacking X-frame option, it is not present. So anti-clickjacking, we could possibly use that one. The XSS protection header, it is not defined, therefore the header can hint the user agent to protect against some forms of XSS. There is an issue as to why our XSS was not working in the past. We do have an uncommon header link found within the contents, and that's going to be the shortcut. That's probably going to be the w.p.org. That could be one of the CSS sheets that we're linking to. We can see a next content type options header is not set, which can allow the user agent to render the content of the site in a different fashion. We have no CGI directories. We could do -C all in order to force check all possible directories. We'll get into that here in just one second so we can see what that would look like. The web server returns a valid response with junk HTTP methods. This can, in fact, cause a false positive. That's good for the server administrator because by using junk HTTP methods, if somebody was trying to hack into the website and all the scripts and all the resources given false positives, then basically that just means that the hacker is chasing its own rabbit's tail. And now let's wait for Nikto to finish giving its report. So it's taking a long time to finish the Nikto scan. which means that there's really not that much more applications on here that it can look for. And I actually know that's very true because I set the server up and the only thing that is running is Apache and WordPress. So that's the only thing that is running. So it is going to sit here and try to scan the website, the server, over and over and over again until it returns false positives or it returns with an absolute nothing. So that's how we can test our server with Nikto. In the next video, DNS spoofing. Calling Linux, pen testing. We're in section 3, DNS spoofing. In this video, editor cap for DNS spoofing. DNS spoofing allows us to redirect all of the DNS requests, and therefore their traffic, to our specific location. Why? This will allow us to steal traffic and data from potential clients and employees in order to retrieve information that can normally be hard to get, such as passwords, usernames, and other things. So what we want to do is we want to go ahead and open up our Kali Linux. So inside of here, the first thing we want to do is open up terminal. We can get this one set up, but before we do this, let's go ahead, open up our file directory. Let's go to other locations in computer. Inside here, you should find a folder etc, and inside here should be ettercap. Now we're going to look at these two files specifically. In the .conf file, we want to change this number to 0 as well as this number to 0. Alrighty, so now those two are 0. What we want to do is scroll down here to the very bottom. Not very bottom, but right here where it says Linux. And we want to delete that pound and delete this one as well. This way we can use IP tables and then pre-reroute those. Once you have that set up, save that. Now another one we want to do is editor.dns. If you come down here just a little bit, you see Microsoft. The creators say Microsoft sucks. I did not write that. And actually, ironically, it will redirect to, if we're running ettercap and we go to Microsoft.com, we'll go to Linux.org. So it's been a while since I played around with ettercap. So what we want to do is we want to go ahead and set something. Let's set two different things. So the first one we want is Facebook.com, and then our IP address. Now what we could do, there's two things we can do here. The purpose of this course of what we're going to show you is how to intercept the traffic on local networks. And the same concept, you have to be on the local network in order for this trick to work. Now, if we set it to our local computer, we will be able to see the traffic. We'll be able to see, we're going to use Wireshark and we're going to intercept the traffic. Now, another thing we could do, if we set up our own server with a fake Facebook login that's saved username and passwords, we could direct that from our local IP address on our computer to our fake server, and we can extract that information that way. Another thing we want to do is wellsfargo.com, 192.168.129. So now we have Facebook, we have a banking account. Now let's do one more. Let's do www.gmail.com, 192.168.129. Okay, so for somebody that has a lot of time on their hands, what they could do is they could create 3 different virtual servers. They could have one for a fake Facebook login information. They could have one for a fake Wells Fargo bank information login page, and one for a fake Gmail login page. So if you have three web servers, all 3 of those are running a fake Wells Fargo, Facebook, or Gmail login screen, and it stores that information. Then instead of directing it towards our local computer, we could direct that towards our IP address for our server. So whenever somebody goes to Facebook.com or WellsFargo.com or Gmail.com, instead of us just intercepting that traffic, they will go to our fake website and we'll be able to grab their information that way. So once you have this set up right here done, go ahead and click on Save and then close out of that. And we're good to go. So what I want to do here is inside my terminal, ettercap, ettercap -G, to basically load up the GUI base of our ettercap. First thing we want to do is do a unified sniffing And you want to select the network interface that you're going to be working on, and select OK. So once we have that done, we're going to come over here to our hosts, and we're going to scan for hosts. This is going to scan the entire network to see who's on the network and what we can do. So now inside of that, let's go to host list, and we want the gateway, which is either 1.1 or 1.0. We want to grab that one and add that to target 1, and then our victim to target 2. So now we have the gateway, we have our victim, and we have our personal computer. So now that we have that, what we're going to do next is we're going to perform the MITM attack for ARP poisoning. MITM, man in the middle. So we're going to MITM, ARP poisoning, sniff remote connections, and then click OK. So now we can see ARP poisoning victims, group 1, 1.1. This is the router or the gateway. And then group 2, 192.115. This is our target, our victim. Alrighty. So now that we have that going, let's go ahead and click Start and start sniffing. So now what we want to do is go ahead and minimize all this. Now let's bring up Wireshark. Let it load up, click OK, and open up ETH0. Now on our victim's computer, we're going to go to facebook.com, and we can see our victim right there, 115, 115, 115, 115, 115, 115. Everything is from this 115. So everything here is our target. That's great. This right here is going to be our modem, and this Realtek is my Wi-Fi card that I'm using to connect to the internet on. But other than Sagecom PS and the Realtek, outside of those, everything else is my victim. Where is he connecting to? Now inside here we can see he's connecting to ports 54.915. We literally have everything we need. Grabbing just one of these random ones right here. So just grabbing one of these random ones, we see it's a UDP, we can see the length, we can see what he's doing, we can grab the data. So the data he's looking at is this right here, 1,229 characters. The data diagram, he's connecting to port 57016. Destination port is 1578. Unverified. Ethernet. Destination PCS. Frame. We have everything that we need right here. And we're listening in. So we have all of this information that we can use to intercept traffic with. And we have great content. We have IP addresses of the destination he's going to, where he's coming from. We have a lot of great information right now. And this is exactly what we want. So now we have all this information and we are able to intercept this traffic. In the next video, Reconnaissance. Welcome back to Kali Linux Pen Testing. We're in the section of Reconnaissance, doing some recon work. In this video, Sparta recon work. Here, we're going to perform a light version of recon work. By utilizing Sparta, we can add our host or target to the list, and we can gather the information we're going to need in order to help us determine the type of strategy we can use to hack our target. So what we want to do is open up Kali. Now, what we want to do is we want to go ahead and show applications, and we want to open up Sparta. Yes, it's the guy with the Sparta helmet. Now that everything's loaded up, what we're going to do here is we're going to click in this section to add our host. So we can add an IP range. So what I want to do is we're going to add the IP to our target. I forgot that IP. So let's come over here. Let's cancel this. What I want to do, add to favorites. Put that back up there. New window. Okay, so ping www.istrepairs.com. Alrighty, so here is our target. So click here to add target. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to can't paste that in there, so let's cancel that and let's pull this back up one more time. Ping www.istrepairs.com. So now what we can do is open up our Sparta, And then we can come down here, 165.227, 129, and 85. Alrighty, add to scope. And now it's doing the nmap staging. Alright, so here is our services that we're running. We have port 80, which is a transfer protocol. It is open with HTTP. It is using Apache 2.4.25 and Ubuntu. Not got any scripts. Information, IPv4 address. It's still performing some scans down here. We've got NICTO scanning. We've got another nmap stage 2. We've got a screenshot of port 80. So here's what the website would look like. Let's shrink this down just a little bit. So that's what the website looks like. NICTO on port 80. So we're running another NICTO scan in here. We have some notes so we can actually jot down some notes. Testing website, IST repairs. So we have a note field that we can use. We have, once we get everything set up and all of these are done scanning, then we can go ahead and look inside of NICTO, see what it has, see if there's any scripts, and we'll be able to get a few more services going on. Nmap stage 3 is done, so that's cool. We're going to Nmap stage 4, which is really great because it's going to help us out with some. We still have port 22 opened up for SSH. Okay, coming back over here. It looks like our information is pretty much the same. We have 2 open ports. We have 65,522 closed ports. And we have 11 filter ports. Our notes, something that we can just keep track of. Our NICTO, it's still running some information. We're pretty much going to have the exact same responses we did in our previous reports. Our screenshot, we have this. So we have a lot of this great information that we can use in order to perform our test. Now we can let this test go ahead and carry out and keep going for 30, 40 minutes. And that will be okay. If you want to sit back, turn this thing on before you go to bed and run the report on your website. That is perfectly fine. You can definitely do that while you're sleeping at night. Go grab yourself some lunch or eat some dinner. And usually this takes about anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour and a half. It just depends on how big the server and how big the website is. Alright, so over here in our Services tab, we have the HTTP and the SSH. This just allows us to see what port it is, what's the protocol, and the state of it, if it's open or not. And then, of course, we have the version of it. And inside of our tools, we have NICTO and Screenshot. So in here, we can kind of just narrow it down so we don't have everything all up here. In the tools, we can just kind of bring down and see what everything is in a easier to use interface. During this section, we tested our target for SQL injections. We attempted to deploy a JSP shell. We learned how to crack passwords for servers. We did a security scanning. We searched for any outdated software using NICTO. We spoofed the DNS of a couple of different websites in order to intercept traffic. We performed recon work. In the next section, social engineering attacks. Welcome back to Kali Linux penetration testing. We're in section 4. We're going to be talking about social engineering attacks. In this section, we'll learn how to create a fake login and allow people to pretty much insert their login credentials in a website we tell them to log into. We'll be learning how to gain physical access to our target's location. We will then learn how to do some calling techniques in order to call the company in order to extract information. We'll also use an emailing method. This will allow us to send an email to company XYZ employee, kind of ask around and see if they can answer some of our questions, and then we'll learn how to extract some of that information from the email headers. And then we'll do social gathering, and that's where we'll look around and see if we can find any employees working for that company that are on social media and stuff like that. See if we can't find any emails and stuff like that from within the website. False logins. By utilizing the SET or Social Engineering Toolkit, we can create a fake login page of XYZ in order to have people log in with their credentials. This, if executed properly, will be the best method you can use in order to gain the proper credentials that you are seeking to log into XYZ under company or employee A. What is SEA or social engineering attacks? Some of the few things that a lot of people are confused on is false logins. Creating a false login page will allow us to steal the user's credentials. Can be done one of two different ways. Number one, by creating a fake website like fakebook.com, or mocking Facebook or mocking a bank, and then putting that mocked website on a virtual server, and then all that information that they put in there is stored to your server. Another way we can do it is we're going to use SCT in order to create a fake page, and then we're going to send the IP address to a person so that way they can log in, and then we'll have their credentials that way. Another way we can do it is by physically accessing the building we want to target, and we'll learn a few different ways on how to just walk right into the place and just walk around and gather some information. Another way is emailing. Not only can we use an email to poke at a person on the other end by getting some information from them, we'll also be able to extract the information from the email headers, such as an IP address. Calling. Sometimes we just need to call the company for support. Hey bud, I'm actually working from home today. Could you give me the IP address right quick? Oh, sure man, not a problem. You'd be surprised how easy that works out. But we'll talk about some of these things as we go along. So let's go ahead and boot up our Kali machine. And the first thing we want to do, I already have Social Engineering Toolkit on my favorites, but if you come down here to Show, SO, there it is right there. Alrighty. So the first thing we want to do once we get here is we want to basically spoof a website that will allow people to essentially log in. So what we want to do is we want to click number 1 for a social engineering attack. We want to do a website attack vector, so we push number 2. And then finally we want to do at number 3. We just want to grab the credentials from them. Once we have that, we want to select site cloner, so click number 2. So now here's the IP address that we want all this information saved to. This can be done locally, or we can set this to virtual server. For this case, I'm going to set it to my local computer. Alrighty. Now that we have set the IP address, what we want to do is we want to basically clone a website. So let's go ahead and clone. Let's clone Facebook. It's the largest one out there. So let's do facebook.com. Alrighty. So now this is done. What can we do? Well, you can't just say, hey, go check this out. What we're going to do is we're going to come over here to our Firefox, and we're going to open up our email. So inside of here, let's go to box.osmo.com. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to log into my email, and I am going to send an email to another person to use that's on my network. This is working on on the network set inside here. So what I want to do is create an email that will allow people to go to my IP address, and they can basically more or less log in. So if I compose, I'm just going to go ahead and compose it to myself. I'm going to do aubreywlove@gmail.com. Subject, updated website. Now this is going to be great if you can create the subject login to Facebook securely. Hello. If you use this IP address below, this is the top secret login page for Facebook that the CEO, CTOs, and Linux admins use to log in. have a look. And then we put in 192.168.129. So we're going to send that off to them. Alrighty, so that gets sent off. Alrighty, so that is sent off. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to come over here to my personal email over here. I'm going to go to gmail.com. Alrighty, so right here, log into Facebook securely. Hello, if you now I know this guy because it's like my best friend, so yeah, okay, sure. Top secret of Facebook CTOs, Linux admins, have a look. So let me go ahead and just copy that, and I'm going to paste this right in here. Now we can see we've got a request, so I'm going to go ahead. I'm not going to put in my real information, but I'm going to go ahead and put in something fake. So I'll do alove@yahoo.com, abc123. No, that was not my real username or password. So now, as we can see, we have our email, alove@yahoo.com, and our pass is abc123. Now we can hit Control C, and we're good to go. So that's how you can create that. Now you have person A's Facebook login information. In the next video, we'll talk about how you can physically access a location. In Calling Linux penetration testing, we're going to learn a few different ways on how to gain physical access to a location. In this video, physical location. Wouldn't it be just completely awesome if we could just walk up to company XYZ, waltz right into their IT department, nobody would even question you? How cool would that be? What about getting access to the company's HR room? Maybe even having access to just a building period. With a few techniques and some sly words of the mouth, we can access that. So how can we do this? Well, obviously I can't show you how this is done. I don't have a building. I don't really have all the gear set up right now. But one of the ways I've done this in the past was I actually got access to an HR room and the IT department at the same time. In the same visit. Two different persons in the same visit. Now, what I say about two different persons, the first reason for IT department, you might want to do a little bit of research on the company first. You don't have to do much. Just something like, who's the owner? You know, is he a good guy? Does he kind of occasionally buy pizza for the company? Does a manager? How about somebody else inside the IT department buy some pizza every once in a while? Waltz right on in there and with some pizza. But play it off. So let's say company XYZ owner Bob. Bob, every once in a while, will buy some pizza for his employees. So what you do is you go out and you buy 4 or 5 boxes of pizza and go into the company and you go out and buy 4 or 5 boxes of pizza. Grab yourself a black t-shirt and a black baseball cap. And you go to Walmart and they have iron-on transfers. So make yourself a quick little cheesy pizza logo and say, put it on your t-shirt, put it on your baseball cap. So now you have a self-made pizza company. You create an iron-on transfer on your shirt. Same thing for your baseball cap. Now you're holding like 4 boxes of pizza. You're ready to go. So you go into the company and more than likely the receptionist is like, hey, how can I help you? Oh, I'm just the pizza guy, just here to deliver the pizzas. Which way is it to the IT department? I've never been here. I'm new to the job. Oh, hey, not a problem. Go ahead and go down here. Here's this way. You'll need a special badge, so I'll walk with you. Don't be alarmed if she walks with you. That would be completely fine. Once you get into the IT lab, it's up to you. What do you need? Sometimes a company will ask you, hey, can you just get into my IT lab? Some will say, yeah, let me try. If you can, great. Well, not good for the company, but good for you. And this is where sly of the tongue comes in. By being quick on your tongue, being witty, you can get right past that receptionist. So let's say we've gotten past receptionist, we've got these pizza in our hand, and we want to go and just poke around the IT department and see what we can find in there. So we're inside the IT department and we're inside the IT lab. You're walking around, hey guys, where can I put this pizza down at? I'll just put it down over there. And so you go where they tell you to point it down at and look around. look around the building and stuff like that. Look inside the lab. See if you can't find IP addresses. If the IT lab has a few servers in there, chances are they'll have brother label sticker on there with the server. If you're really lucky, you even have the open port that they connect to. Most of the time, especially if you go into hospitals, oh my gosh, hospitals are notorious for this. You go to any hospital, look at any of the computers, and they have the IP address in a label right there on the computer. So, sometimes you can find IP addresses of specific computers that they're working on. We have a few different things that we can look at inside the IT department. So, what you can do now is whenever you're walking back out with the receptionist, inside your little bag, have another little pair, like another t-shirt, something a little bit nice that you can wear. So once you get out to the main lobby, go to the bathroom, change your shirt, and then walk out like you're going towards the HR department. Go ahead and go on in there. If the receptionist asks you again, say, hey, what's going on? I don't know. I just need to go to the HR department. There's some issues with accounting. Okay. Didn't you if you have one of those faces where you don't shave, or you do shave, that's fine. If you don't shave, shave. The reason why is if you walk in as a clean-shaven pizza boy, have yourself like a little mustache, a tape-on mustache or a tape-on beard. So when you change in the bathroom, put that on there. Generally, people aren't going to look at a tape-on a tape-on mustache or beard if you have it set up right. So you come out with a full-grown beard. Or vice versa, if you have a nice beard or a nice mustache, and you go in the bathroom, and then you come back out, and you don't have it anymore. Well, you're pretty clean-shaven, you're well-cut. They won't even suspect at all. The power of facial hair is awesome. So now you change in the bathroom, and you're walking towards the HR department. You get in the HR room, you kind of look around, guarantee you inside of any HR room or accounting room, there's going to be bank statements laying around, there's going to be accounts laying around, there's going to be important documents laying around. Now, if you happen to be one of the tech-savvy guys that has a pair of glasses, like reading glasses with a camera in the middle of it, that would be a good time to use it. Put that sucker on record and record everything. Chances are you can't remember everything when you get back to the house or even into the car to write down everything. So just grab yourself some sort of a secret camera that nobody can really see and start recording. Go in the room, into the HR room, pick up a piece of paper, just kind of look at it a little bit, walk around, look at a few different other pieces of papers, see if you can find bank information, see if you can find employee directories, see whatever you can find on the inside of these different rooms. Being a pizza guy, when you first walk in, then you go to the bathroom and you come out as somebody else. That allows you to get to the IT department, it allows you to get to the HR room, and you get into like another room or two if you really wanted to. That's just one method of doing it. Now another method is, go get yourself a really nice looking tux. You don't have to spend $4,000 on an Almighty, but if you have enough and you know how to put it together where it looks like an Almighty, then, walk right into the company. I'm here to meet with so-and-so. I know where I'm going. Just let me go on back. If you have a suit, you got a briefcase, you mean business, you look like you mean business, chances are that receptionist is going to say, okay, not a problem. You go on back. Especially if you tell them, I know exactly where I'm going. I'm going right down there to the HR room. Point it out. They will say, okay, because you've been there before. Things are conspicuous. So they overlook it. And voila, you're in. There's a few different disguises that we can use to get access to the building. In the next video, calling. In this section, calling. In this video, calling. One of the more easiest forms that we can extract information from company XYZ is by literally calling somebody. You can call the security officer, maybe the IT help desk. You can even try the HR and payroll department. Now, some of the things that you'd want to inquire about when doing cold calling like this is you want to be specific, too specific that actually sound like you work there. Now, what do I mean? If you've ever seen that movie, Hackers, then in one scene of it near the beginning of the movie, the young boy moves to New York and he calls up this video network company, and some security guard or somebody answers it, doesn't have a clue about what a computer is, or even how to turn one on. Well, the guy understood this and picked it up right away. And then he said, hey, I need that number right there on that box. It's a little box with a bunch of blinky lights. Allows my computer to talk to it. And sure enough, that worked. The security officers read him the numbers right there on the spot. Didn't even think twice about it. In today's society, that might not be acceptable. You might not can get away with that. However, if you was to get the right person with a limited knowledge on computers, you can have that. But you also have to act like you are a part of the company, somebody above their pay grade, somebody that they probably have never met, nor do they know anything about the company. So you'd want to do a little bit of research on the company, figure out who just got hired, what they know about IT, and see if you can extract information that way. The easiest and most vulnerable points of any company is new people with limited IT knowledge. The reason for that is just like in that movie Hackers. The guy didn't know anything about computers. Some guy called up, said that he needed some information, knew exactly where it was, and the guy believed him. Said, well, hey, you know where it is, you know what it is, and you know how to use it. You must work here. So make yourself knowledgeable with the company, make yourself knowledgeable with the employees, and then perform, a more of a script in order to extract information from them. One person I heard about in the local papers, he actually called a company here in town. I'm not going to release any names or information, but he called the local company and protested that he was with the tax auditor and actually got in touch with the payroll department. They end up sending him all of the invoices that they have done for that quarter. And he only wanted just a quarter, so it sounded more like a real tax audit. Just a quarterly audit, nothing big, nothing fancy. He had them email it to some random email address that he had created. And sure enough, he was able to get the employee payroll. He was able to get any expenses that the company has done. He got the entire loot of everything. Also, fascinating fact was during the IT payroll, or actually the payroll in general, I believe it said, he also was able to get the social security numbers from all of the employees, as well as the birth dates, places of birth, and a few other pieces of information from this one company. For any of the expenses they had, he was able to get the credit card or bank account information off of that. So this company had given this random guy the bank statement, they gave him this bank and routing number, credit card numbers, and employee payroll, employee personal and private confidential information. Just because he was really good with his tongue and managed to be able to talk the payroll into inquiring that he is a tax auditor and was able to get it done. Social engineering has become 75% of an average hacker's toolkit. John McAfee. This is very true. Sometimes the best method to hack any target is by literally talking to them. Whenever you're talking face to face with somebody or email, instant chat, phone call, whatever, however you're talking to somebody, the best method is to learn how to extract information from them. This can range from getting their passwords to a specific IP address to just the access code to get inside the door. If you're really good at it, you know how to talk the talk, you can extract almost any information from the hacker's toolkit, from the social hacking. We talked about building the SCT, where we built a fake Facebook page. We was able to log in. But when we logged in, guess what? We got their email and their password. And generally speaking, most mediocre to novice IT people, they generally use the same password for everything. So if I was a hacker and a malicious hacker at that, with that email and that password, I would try to extract what kind of bank they have. Now, how would I do that? Well, how can you find out who has a bank account? Well, there's two ways you can do this. Number one, go with them to lunch. If they invite you out to lunch, there's your key. More than likely, they'll probably pay with their credit card or their debit card. Here they pay with that. Look at the card. Who is a bank's name on it? Another way you can do it is go up to them and say, hey man, I'm looking at switching to a new bank. My bank is just, kind of screwing me over with their fees and all this other crap. What bank do you recommend? Who do you bank with? And they'd be more than happy to tell you. Now, why is that? Why would they tell you who they bank with? Well, number one, they'd tell you because you're asking them for help. It makes them feel powerful. It makes them feel almighty and knowledgeable and wise. Another thing is they are helping another company out. And everybody, believe it or not, the sense of assurance of helping somebody else is far greater than they would think that this guy is trying to extract my information from me. So, a combination of powerful, feeling knowledgeable, a combination of feeling educated and promoting another company overlaps and pretty much trumps almost every single time their thoughts of this guy's trying to social engineer attack me, especially if they know hardly anything about SET, SEA, or IT to begin with. In the next video, emailing. Believe it or not, we can actually learn a lot from a company just by sending them an email and waiting for them to reply. We can extract information from within our email, and we can also use that same email to extract the computer's IP address directly from the email itself. What we want to do is turn on our Kali Linux machine. Don't need terminal. Let's go ahead and open up our Firefox. So Firefox is opened up. Let's go to Gmail. Alrighty, sign in. Now, this is very important for your email. Always set up a two-step verification. That way, whenever somebody tries to log in from another computer with your email address, you get a text message on your phone with a random number that you had to type in order to log in. Makes it much harder for people to hack into your email account. Alrighty, so the first thing that we want to do when we log in is we want to go ahead and compose an email. This email will allow us to send an email to somebody else and to another company. Hopefully they can reply. So you click on compose and you send it to whoever that you want to send it to. So in my case, I'm going to send it to one of my email accounts and then we'll wait for the response back. Okay, so a very basic 2, 3, 4 sentence email actually possesses a lot of information that can be extracted back. So, first thing inquiring about service is in the title. So whenever they get this, this is the heading, the title, basically the message name. And then it's like, hello, I saw your company and visited your website. This right there tells them that you have taken the time to look for their company and then visited their website and went around on their website because now they know that they have some more questions to be answered because you went through their website. So that's a plus, giving them a benefit, giving them some sort of like a cookie saying, hey, you're doing a good job, but answer my questions. That opens up a lot to the door. And then the second one is, I notice your company deals with personal information. Please explain to me how my information will be secured and where will it be stored at. Now, believe it or not, sometimes if you get the right person, what will happen is they may actually end up sending you actually a little bit of information, like what services they actually use. So they say, well, it's hosted on a virtual server that we use, and here's a company. We're using Linux with, like let's say failed to ban or whatever else. Great. So then you can send them a response back, say, I appreciate your deal. What is the URL for that specific server, or how can I log into that server so that way I can start using my information? And they'll give you the URL back to that one. Then we have a ping trace, we have the IP address, we've got everything else we need to know. Plus, they just openly admitted that that's where they store all of their clients' information. So if we was to extract that, if we was to exploit that server, we have everybody's information. Just using this little bit of information right here is a great way that we can extract information directly from our target. Now we click on send and we wait on a response. Alrighty, so we was actually able to get a response back from this company. It says, hello, thank you for the reply. We utilize a virtual server DigitalOcean and we are using secured Linux kernels to power our software. Your personal information is protected and guarded with fail to ban combined with Norton security. So now we have some information. We know who they're using to host their services. We know what they're using to protect their server. So we can see we can't find loopholes, vulnerabilities, backdoors, and other types of information from there. Now, if we really wanted to, we could send them an email back, say, thank you for your response. I appreciate the quickness. What is the URL to log into? And they would send that back so I could have that information. Very little people know about this. So if we click on this arrow right here and we click on show original, we can see that it passed with IP right there. There's their IP information. So we have their IP information. Now if we really wanted to come down here, we have a whole lot more. So we have the original IP address, which is from the computer that it was sent with. We have cookies, a couple of different cookies we can use. We have the MX Google, which is our email. We have the SMTP mail from Aubrey@osmo.com. We have a whole bunch of information. Look, here's another IP address. Here is the date and time. We've got a lot of great information from this right here. So what we could do, if we really wanted to, was we could take this IP address and then we could do a ping trace on it and then a WhoIS to see, because there's a bunch of different IP addresses in here, and if you're not for sure which one is the right IP address for that computer, just do a simple WhoIS. One of them will turn out to be the victim's computer information. From there, we can attempt to FTP or Telnet or even SSH into their computer by exploiting their computer name, maybe even an email. We have a few different options that we can use to attempt to crack an FTP or SSH or a couple of different methods that we can use to telnet into their computer. In the next video, social gathering. Social gathering. In this video, the harvester social gathering. We can learn a lot from a company by their employees. Wouldn't it be great if we could just search the target and find out who their employees are, what social media they're on, some of their emails? This can be done very easily thanks to the harvester. First thing we want to do is we want to turn on our Kali Linux machine. And if you haven't done so, obviously, let's go into our terminal. Now what we can do is we need to find our target. Now if they're using like PGP, which is like their own email clients, or they're using virtual servers to host information, stuff like that, our target is going to be very, very easy to exploit. Some of them are not. Let's take a look at one that will not be easy to exploit. Well, the first thing we want to do is the harvester. We want to do -d for the domain name, and let's do istrepairs.com. We're going to give it a list value. This list can be anywhere from 500 to 5,500 or 5 million. Do not know the max that it can go. Typically, we just do -L 500. Then we can do -B. Now we have an option to do Google, Bing, Facebook, Gmail. We got a couple of different options that we could choose from. Or, my personal favorite, do it all in one search. It does take longer, but instead of having to put in each different command for Google, Bing, PGP, we can just do it all at the same time. So if we click on this, we press enter, then what it's going to do is it'll first search in Google. I believe next it goes to PGP. Yep. And then Bing. Now installed. Like I said, it takes a little while, but if our targets has any connections, we will be able to get that information. Alrighty. So, we do not have any emails that we found. We are not found any search engines, which means we're probably not on any social media accounts. However, we do have a IP address. So that is a good sign. We do have that information going for us. Now, let's take a look at something at a target that does have this information in there so we can see what it looks like. So instead of iscrepairs.com, I'm actually going to change this to Kali.org. Why not go after the Kali Linux? We're using their software. Let's see who they are and what they're about. So it is still working a little bit. But let's go ahead and break some of this information down a little bit. So we can say we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different emails that are using Kali.org. All these host names that has been found. So we got 209, 126, 116, 149, which is archive-7.kali.org. We have archive.5. We've got tracker.kali. We got tools, security, repo, package pan, old images. We have all of those servers that we can use, the host name and IP addresses that we can use. We have virtual servers. This is a big one, which means that all of these are on a virtual server that we can use to extract something from if we wanted to extract Kali, but they're all open source and there's really nothing in these servers. But here is something that you can see on how it all works together. Just kind of go through here to see what kind of looks interesting for you. For example, just picking one out of here, get do route. So that might be, if this happens to be on somebody's virtual server, and we know that, like, say you're trying to hack a restaurant, and they have something like that. Well, that could be like some sort of fancy Italian dish, sure. But as a hacker, are we going to take that chance? Not at all. Now we'll scroll all the way down here to the bottom. And we have all of this information that we can use to extract directly from Kali Linux. During this section, what we had learned how to do was we created a fake login page for Facebook and was able to extract a username and password. We gained access, or we learned how to gain access to a physical location utilizing some disguises and some techniques by talking to somebody. We learned how to do code calling in order to extract information from like IT desk, HR, and a couple of other resources. We discovered email for intel extraction. We was able to send an email, get some information back from that email, and then we was also able to extract the IP address of our target. And then social media gathering. This is where we learned where emails and virtual servers are nested at through our target. In the next section, wireless password hacking. Welcome back to Kali Linux penetration testing. We're now in section 5, and here we're going to talk about Wi-Fi access. In this section of this course, what we're going to do is we're going to learn how to view SSIDs, and then we're also going to look into hidden SSIDs. We're going to then proceed on cracking passwords by using AirCrack, and then we're also going to look into how can we brute force different dictionaries using John the Ripper. Now in this video, viewing SSIDs. Just like any other hacker, anybody that has something in mind, the first thing they need is a target. So our first goal, just like a real hacker, is to grab ourselves a target. Now we're going to do this by searching for any and all SSIDs in the area that we can find. Once we've found our target, then we're going to walk on and attempt to brute force our way past the password. Now let's assume that for one reason or another, our target is their SSID is invisible or hidden. We want to discover how we can view any of those hidden SSIDs in the area. And then we can proceed on to hacking past those passwords as well. Now the first thing we can do is to view SSIDs or networks. It's a traditional way. Come up here in the right little bar, and then Wi-Fi not connected. And then we can come on, select network, or go to Wi-Fi settings. So let's select our network. Here we have a whole bunch of different SSIDs that we can look for. We can ping this one or ping this one, or we got DirecTV AG Fire, that's a Fire Stick. Netflix living room, so somebody has Netflix in the living room. We have a bunch of different networks that we can use, we can try to connect to. So if we click on this, we can also see the strength and if it's password protected. So these ones up here are very strong, while these ones down here are not quite as strong, but we can still connect if we needed to. We have a couple of different options here. We have a Netflix living room, which is like almost barely there, and it's not password protected either. So that's something we can look into. So if you're looking for Wi-Fi access, you want to look for something that has great strength, like this one, and preferably without a password. But we need a password to get into that one. So let's go ahead and start learning how to connect some of the hidden SSIDs. Let's take a look at that right quick. So the first thing we want to do is open up Terminator, or Terminal. Terminator is a more fancy, elaborate version of Terminal. Let me make this a little bit bigger. Profiles, font. That should be big enough. So the first thing we want to do is we want to see if we have a Wi-Fi card enabled. You might have just installed Kali on a VirtualBox or maybe even on your laptop and don't know if you have Wi-Fi or not. So the best way you can do that is do ifconfig. For those of you that are Windows users, it'd be ipconfig, but we're in Kali Linux. So it's the same thing, just different abbreviation. So we can see we have our Ethernet, and we have our WLAN, which is our wireless. Now, another thing we could do is we could also do iwconfig, and this will tell us which one of our networking devices actually has wireless configurations in it. And we can see our WLAN 0 has plenty. Alrighty. So, what we want to do now is we want to search for those hidden networks. So let's go ahead, and the first thing we want to do is AIRO dump-ng and then the network name. Ours is WLAN 0. And now we have a whole bunch of different SSIDs that are popping up over here. We can see some of them are very similar to the ones that we're used to seeing already. Some of them may come up, like here's this one right here. Here's my Spectrum 5, my Charter Wi-Fi 5, wherever it went. We've got AT&T, we got whatever that one is, Netgear 89. We have a whole bunch of different ones that we can choose from now. And we have that open one right here, link 0, that could be the Netflix account we saw opened up. We got a bunch of different options here that we can choose from. So all we need to do now is just select our target. Mohouse 2.4. Anyway, so we have definitely an abundant supply of networks within this specific area. Now, for those of you that are wondering where I am not telling you. Next is we could go ahead and set up our computer to start processing some data. And we want to do that by using AirPlay. So in order to hack a password, the way we're going to do it here is we're going to need to have a network name. Oh, look, FBI surveillance. I better get off of here. We're going to need the network name, and we want to see if we can't basically create a handshake by sending deauthentication attacks. So what we want to do here is we just kind of want to, take a look around, see which one of our targets that we're wanting to use, and go ahead and start grabbing that MAC address. Let's see here. What do we have going on? FBI surveillance. Sure, why not? So let's go ahead and copy that SSID right here. So we have that copied. Alrighty. Now the first thing we want to do is we want to use our AirPlay script. So we do AirPlay-ng. We're going to basically call the deauthentication by doing -0. Now you can set how many connections that it needs or how many attacks it wants to perform by saying like 30, 100, 50, 75, 25. It doesn't matter. Or you can leave it at 0 in order to perform it until it actually grabs that handshake. Now the next thing we want to do is we want to do -A to set the BSSID, and we're going to paste that BSSID right there. Now we're going to do WLAN 0. Right now what's going to happen is more than likely if you do just this one, just that those arguments for this script, you probably won't have anything done with that. And that's because it's going to have issues on the channel, and it's going to tell us to do the SSID instead of the BSSID. However, press the up button once, the up arrow key, and you do go in between the MAC and your network name, which is WLAN, and do -D, and then press enter. And now we're sending the deauthentication scripts to the network name that we've chosen. And eventually what'll happen if we do it right and there is somebody connecting to the network, what it's going to do is if there is like an Android or a tablet or a game console, whatever, connected to this specific network, what this is going to do is it's going to try to search on all of the different broadcasting channels it can, send a deauthentication to that specific device so that way it would reconnect itself back again in order to go ahead and basically say, okay, we have that handshake. We can see that there is a handshake taking place then. Once we have that handshake, then all we have to do is just crack that Wi-Fi password. So now we have this set up. Let's go ahead and move forward. In the next video, Aircrack, Password Cracking, Part 1. Let's look into Aircrack, Password Hacking, Part 1. In this video, Aircrack, Password Hacking, Part 1. During this video, we're going to be looking into brute forcing, into a specific brute forcing application, Aircrack NG, in order to help us hack our way into the password. So what we're going to do now is we're going to reference our pwd.txt dictionary we used earlier, but we got a couple other things that we need to get caught up on first. First thing we want to do is open up Terminal. Now, what we can do is, let's go ahead and look at some of the options that we have. So let's do arrow dump -ng WLAN 0. Alrighty, so arrow dump -ng WLAN. So we got, if I get my my wireless network name right. Alrighty, so we have a whole lot of new stuff. So what I want to do here is I want to see if there's a way that I can save this, and I can. And so what we're going to do is we're going to take a random one here. Let's take this one right here. Highlight the whole thing and then copy it. Alrighty, so what we want to do now is now we have our BSSID. We want to basically save this as a .cap file on like our desktop or into a hack folder or your thumb drive. It doesn't really matter. So let's do arrow dump -ng. You know what? Let's because I forgot about the channel. So what we're going to do here is what we're doing. Let's get this set up over here, and then let's open up a new terminal. Alrighty. So what we're going to do is arrow dump -ng -c for the channel. So the channel would be 11. And then what we're going to do here is we're going to put the BSSID, which is that MAC address that we had just gathered earlier. So we're going to go ahead and put that in there. And then what we want to do now is do -w. Where is it going to write to? You can put it on your desktop. You can put it in your downloads, wherever you want to do it. If you have a thumb drive plugged in, put it in your thumb drive. And then what you want to do is you want to reference the wireless device you're using. So WLAN 0. Alrighty. Now one thing I want to do is, because I just looked at it, and my channel is not on 11. I thought it was. It's actually on channel 4. So you click enter on that. And now what it's doing is it's waiting to see how many devices are connected and what we have. And basically what we're doing is we're going to let this set for a few minutes, and it's going to allow us to collect a lot of information and who is connected to this specific network. Okay, so we have one device that's connected, two devices that's connected. So we have a bunch of different devices that are connected. This is really great. So let's bring this over here and leave it running. Now let's open up yet another terminal window. That's right, another one. Now what we want to do is we want to basically send the same deauthentication packets again. So let's do airplay -ng -0 -0 -a, and then we're going to set the MAC address. So let's paste that in there. And then we're going to select again our WLAN 0. So AirPly. Of course, AirPly is not a command. it's AirPlay. So now what we're doing is we're going to send some deauthentication packets on the BSSID we found. And if everything works out right, then great. So we ran into an issue. No such BSSID available. Please specify an ESSID. So what we could do is we could add our -E and then the ESSID. Another thing we do is -D to bypass any issues we have for the channels. So let's go ahead and press -D, and then let's go ahead and let this run. Now, if successful, what's going to happen is it's going to show us that there has been, in fact, a handshake happening, and we will see that handshake established, again, if everything runs correctly. Alright, I went ahead and stopped that. So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and clear that out completely. Now, one of the great things that I want to sit here and look into, pull this up right. So what we're doing here is the cat files that we just saved to our desktop are right here. So what we want to do is go ahead and bring our terminal back up, and let's go ahead and throw the aircrack attack at it. So we do AIRCRACK-NG-A2. So basically what we're doing here is the attack mode, which is basically WPA. You can do -EASDF, which narrows the keys down to a very particular specific setup for within our password list. But what we're going to do here is we're just going to go ahead and leave that alone. And then what we're going to do is -E for ASDF if you wanted to do it that way. But we don't have to do it that way. We're going to go ahead and direct this attack towards that cat file. So we have root, desktop. Okay, so we can do #star.cap. And this should basically go ahead and grab anything with a .cat file on our desktop. And then what we want to do is do -W for the word list. And then we're going to narrow this down to root, desktop, pwd.txt. And then we can sit there and watch that one done. So we didn't find any valid handshakes. So it quit that one. So I had quit it earlier. Now, what would happen is if we did have a valid handshake, instead of this happening, if it ran through your password dictionary and it did have the same password in there, then right here it would say password is this. And it would literally tell you what the password is. If you don't have it, it'll say something like password not found or password not in the dictionary or no password found. It could be one of those variations, and then it'll just quit aircrack NG. In the next video, John the Ripper, password hacking, part 2. But this time we're looking at John the Ripper, password hacking, part 2. Now during this video, what we're going to do is we're going to explore another alternative way that we can use brute forcing our way past those pesky little passwords by utilizing John the Ripper. Now we're going to be using John the Ripper as more of a pass-through for the dictionaries at aircrack in order to help us get our target's password. So let's go ahead and open up our terminal. A typical John the Ripper would be John-W equals root desktop pwd.txt -- session equals like attack1 std out. So that would be a typical John the Ripper password attack. But what we're going to do here is we're going to use John aircrack command. So let's go ahead and type in our John -W for the word list, and let's go ahead and reference that root desktop pwd.txt. And then we're going to do session equals attack1. And then we will do our std out for, the output statements. And then here's where we will throw in that aircrack. So we got aircrack-ng-a 2-EASDF. And then we can do root desktop.cap. And then we'll do -W space dash. So now, No matching network found. Check your SSID. So we ran into an issue. Awesome. So let's go ahead, come back up here, and I'm going to take off my -E. So please specify an ESSID or BSSID. So now what we could do is we could come back over here, -A2, and then we'll do --BSSID, and then we'll copy that MAC address and paste it right in there. Let's go ahead and take off this root desktop now. -W. Okay, so I'm able to crack it. We'll crack the specified error crack. So what we're going to do now we've got that set up. Basically it's saying that it can't find it. So is it still on my desktop? And it's still right there. So let's go ahead and pull this back up, and let's do John-W equals root desktop pwd.txt -session equals attack2. We've got to do our std out. Now let's go ahead and pipe this through aircrack-ng -a2 -e asdf, and then what we want to do is root desktop star cap -w. Alrighty, no matching network. Check your ESSID. Alrighty, so we are having some issues with this. Not a problem. So what we could do is we go ahead and go back through our same setup on the air dump. But what we can do here is arrow dump -ng-c6, I believe it was, --BSSID, and then that MAC address. Once you have that, whenever we did the -W to write it, we did root desktop, and then we just left it like that. But what you could do is name that specific directory, that ESSID, or you can abbreviate it, so like CV, and then you do WLAN 0, and that would WLAN 0, and this would perform that same authentication as we did earlier. However, this time, what it's going to do, it'll actually save it on our desktop as whatever we named it. So we have these right here. Let's go ahead and delete those. And now we have these ones right here as we do CV-01. So what we're going to do here is we're coming over here and we're just waiting for somebody to connect to the internet. That was our issue last time. We couldn't get that valid handshake. So we have one connecting. We're going to have a couple of them come in. And so basically you just want to sit there and monitor this. You may want it to run for a good 3 to 5 hours, depending on, the time of day that you started this as well. It depends on where you are, the time of day, and the activity. So what we're going to do now is we're just going to go ahead and throw our John the Ripper script with its own arguments. So we'll do John-W equals root desktop pwd.txt --session equals attack1, and then we'll pipe, oh, I forgot my std, so it's --std out, and then throw this to the pipeline for aircrack-ng -a2 or 0, and then we'll do -e asdf, and then we want the root desktop cv star dot cap. Alright, -W, and then right to wherever. Basically, we could do it that way, but let's not, and then just click enter. Alrighty, invalid attack mode 1 to WEP or WPA. So let's go ahead and do our attack mode to WPA. So let's do 2. Alrighty, please specify dictionary -W. So let's do -W dash. Alrighty, so opening root desktop CV, no matching network found. Check your ESSID. So I had stopped the operation before it could even at least get the ESSID, which that's fine. This is actually one of my personal networks. I didn't want to share too much information because it's my cell phone network too. So what we could have done is doing that process right here. It would have done the exact same thing as our air crack. So it would have just formed this dictionary attack through aircrack and go this way. Now, you can symbolize more than one word list with John the Ripper if you wanted to. So if you had like 2 or 3 different password dictionaries that you wanted to use, John the Ripper would help out with all 3 of those. However, while your chances of getting that password are much better, it will take much longer. So you'd want to sit there and run that password attack using multiple dictionaries and then walk away. Go to bed, go to work the next day, come home, eat dinner, say hi to the family, watch a movie, come back, and it may or may not be done. It just depends on if the attack found the password from your password dictionary to the SSID password or not. So, you have some variations involved in this. Does the password match what they have? How far down the password list or lists is the password? There's a bunch of variables involved with this. And I don't really feel like sitting here for the next 3 days waiting on a proper password or to get, to have it sitting there with like 5 different password dictionaries. But what we can do is now we have our password dictionary that we can use through John the Ripper to pipeline that through aircrack-ng. Never underestimate determination of a kid who's time rich and cash poor. Cory Doctorow. Now, when everybody faces a difficult time financially at one point or another, or multiple points in their life, and you're out of a job, and you have all the time in the world, there is no telling and no limitations to what you're capable of doing. Whether it's picking up a book and learning how to program, or picking up, Kali Linux and learning how to hack into emails and companies for cybersecurity. Point in fact, one of my friends, he actually went through a gap of employment. He was a programmer as well as a network administrator. He knew a few things about hacking, and he applied at the cybersecurity firm. No, it wasn't that. He was applying for the role of cybersecurity at this specific organization. And during the interview, he passed the interview flying colors, and it came to the final question, that dreadful question. Why do you feel that you are the best candidate for this job? Everybody hates that question except for him. He said, well, I'm the one who set this meeting up. And the interviewer, they kind of looked confused, goes, what do you mean? He goes, well, your password is this, your email is this, here's a password and your server information. So all I did was I didn't do anything illegal. I did something illegal, but all he did was just set up his Google Calendar to have a meeting with my friend on this day at this time. He showed up, the interviewer showed up, boom. And the interviewer sat back in his chair and goes, I don't remember setting an interview out here, but that's why I was confused. But he's an interviewer. He's also HR department. So he had a lot on his plate. Forgetting about one person, for an interview. Thank God for Google Calendar. But nonetheless, he actually did get the job because of his abilities, and he had time on his hands to learn how to do this. In the next video, Intercepting Connections. Wireshark. Intercepting Connections. In this video, Wireshark. Intercepting Connections. Now that we're connected to our wireless network, finally, after all that wait, after all that headache, and everything else, now we have network access. Awesome! Now what? What do? Do you go and play your ESO? Do you go chat with your email buddies? Do you get on Discord and start surfing IRC channels? Well, you could do that. But one of the first things I personally would love to do is I want to intercept the traffic going to and from our newly found hotspot. Now, why do I want to do this? I am a nosy character by heart. I want to know who my neighbor is and what they do during the day, or even at night. So, if I'm connected to a network, and my next door neighbor, me and him are on the same network, I want to see what he's doing. Where does he go? What does he do? What is his lifestyle like online? Is he another hacker? Is he like another quagmire? Does he just surf and play games online? What does my neighbor do? It's always a question, especially when you move into a new neighborhood. So, first thing we want to do is go ahead and open up Wireshark. So, let's go over here, show all applications, and just type in Wire. And there's Wireshark. Now, the only difference between my connection, what I'm fixing to show you, versus what you'll see, is mine is going to be LAN instead of WLAN. So let's make this big. So right here, I have ETH0. You could go on WLAN 0. I'm not connected on my WLAN 0. So I'm just going to go ahead and go on ETH0. Ethernet, if you don't know. And now what we're doing here, if you double click on your WLAN or even on your ETH0, what it does is it starts basically gathering HTTP requests. Where is it going? Who's it coming from? So now we're connected to our hotspot. And in about 15 20 minutes, we'll have a good deal of information coming through this. So what we have here is the time, the source, the destination, and what type of protocol it is as well. Once we have that, then we can also see what the length is. We can see the information. We can see a bunch of information as well. So we have a Cisco. We've got 192.168. That's going to be our local, but 239.255, 255, 250. It's an SSDP. So we have WhoIS 192.168, 102. So we can see that there are multiple devices connected to the same network. And we can also see where they're going to. This one's going here, 224.00251. Come down here, we got 239, 255, 255, 250. We have a bunch of different informations here. So what we could do essentially is just grab any of these IP addresses and follow them. We have Android local. We've got a flush Android. So we have a few different pieces of information that we can use. We definitely have some IPv6 fragments going on. We've got some searching, so somebody's doing a search using HTTP1. We have a whole lot of information we can use here. And like I said, what we could do is pretty much just go ahead and grab any of these IP addresses and run it through our WhoIS report. And then once we have that WhoIS report, we'll grab a domain name from that, and then we can go to that domain name directly. So go ahead, play around with this, have you some fun, see who your neighbor is, see what your kids and wife are doing, or husband. You got your family coming in from a vacation, let them connect to the internet, see how close you think you know your family. What are they doing on your network? What's going on? So this is also really helpful if you are on your own home network. You can run the Wireshark and see what your daughter is doing, what your son is doing, what your wife or your husband is doing, your boyfriend, or let's say you got a friend of yours that just moved in because he's in between jobs. But just let him have some fun, play around. Now, what did we learn in this whole section? Well, we learned viewing SSIDs. We learned the traditional way of just dropping down the menu and searching for them. We also learned how to view hidden SSIDs. We used John the Ripper in order to pipeline password dictionaries through AirCrack to crack Wi-Fi passwords. We made great use of AirCrack to basically brute force our way past passwords. Even though mine was unsuccessful, I didn't really feel like revealing my information to you guys. And then we learned how to intercept traffic using Wireshark. And with that information, you can, like I said, just have some fun, be nosy. After all, like IT Ninja had said, you don't learn to hack, you hack to learn. Now in the next section, we're going to get into Reconnaissance. We're in section 6 of Kali Linux penetration testing, Reconnaissance. Now in this section, we're going to learn a whole lot. For example, IP address search, IP and domain name, who is searching, a site background, basically what we're going to learn about the website. We're going to learn about finding emails and social media. We're going to perform a stealth reconnaissance. We're going to learn how to intercept those connections. And then essentially we're going to build a report. Now in this video, IP address search. There's two ways we can do this. The first way is a simple ping command. By doing a ping, we're allowed to ping a target's domain name, as an example mysite.com, in order to discover the nesting IP address for that domain name. Now another thing we can do is an NS lookup. And this is great. We can perform a non-authoritative and an authoritative response from our set IP address or even the domain name. So let's open up our terminal. And the first thing we want to do is we want to go ahead and ping. So let's do ping www.istrepairs.com. So we now have some information. I'm going to go ahead and stop this ping attack. Okay, so we have the domain name, which is istrepairs.com, and we have the IP address. Alright, so now we have that IP address. Let's go ahead and copy that because we may need it later. And we got 56 out of 84 bytes of data. Now, that 64 bytes is what we're getting from our IP address. And we're getting it in about 143 to 145, and it caps out or balances out to 144 milliseconds. So it's taken quite a bit of time for my computer to talk to the website. So what we're going to do here is go ahead and clear this. So now we have a ping. So if we wanted to, we can do ping www.facebook.com. And we can see that we have an IPv6 address instead of an IPv4. It's okay. It's not the best thing. It's not what we were looking for. But it's there and it's what we have. Now we have ping www.google.com. Who here has not tried to hack Google? We have their IPv6 information as well. So now we have learned how to do a ping command properly. Let's look at nslookup. Now here's where you can do nslookup www.istrepairs.com. So we have server's main IP address, which acts a lot like your home IP address, 192.168.1. whatever. So we have the server's basic internal IP address, and then we have the external address of that web server. So we have the canonical name, the non-canonical name, which is www.istrepairs, and then the canonical name, which is istrepairs.com. So now what we could do is, if we wanted to, we can do nslookup on the domain name and see what we can pull that way. And can't find it. So that's okay. nslookup is more primarily at the domain name rather than the IP address. Now let's do nslookup on Facebook. Alrighty, so the non-canonical name is facebook.com, but the canonical name is star-mini.c10r.facebook.com. That is interesting. That's something we might want to look into. star-mini.c10r.facebook.com. But we have their IPv4 address, which is 157.240.18.35. Now, this IP address for such a large corporation like Facebook, and they have multiple servers, depending on where you are in the world, that IP address might be slightly different. It just depends on where the server is and where you're connected to. Now let's do one more deal. Let's do nslookup www.google.com. So again, on google.com we have their internal IP addresses. Now we have non-authoritative answer, which is google.com, and here's their IPv4 address. Here is another one, and here's another IPv4 address, and then another IPv4 address. So there's a bunch of different IP addresses affiliated with google.com. This is great because it allows us to have multiple points of entry just to get to our target. This is also bad because it's just more work for us to do at the end of the day. In the next video, IP domain name WhoIS. So we're in section 6 on the second part, IP and domain WhoIS. In this video, IP and domain WhoIS. Now, by performing an IP WhoIS search, we can learn a little bit more about our target server, such as information can be physical location, open ports, and a few other things. Undergoing a domain name WhoIS, we can discover who owns the domain name and any other information regarding that developer, the security, as well as the owner. Now, first things first, open up your terminal, and then we do WhoIS. So we want to do WhoIS www.istrepairs.com. Alrighty, so let's come up here, and there's nothing here, so it doesn't appear to be that one. So let's go ahead and clear that. WhoIS istrepairs.com. So don't put the www in. If it has that first issue we ran into, just redo the same thing without the www. Now, what we have here is a registry database. So istrepairs.com, we can see the domain ID, the WhoIS server, which is basically where is this WhoIS report coming from. There's a few different servers that WhoIS reports to and extracts data from. We can see that the last time this domain was updated, the 23rd day of the first month of 2017. The creation date was that same date. So they haven't done anything to their domain name since they bought it. The domain name expires 1/23 of 2018, exactly 1 year later. So they only bought the domain name for 1 year. Now we have abuse at GoDaddy. We've got the abuse GoDaddy's phone number. If you're viewing this report and you know the website's bad, what do? Well, you can contact the abuse at GoDaddy and let them know the situation that's going on. So let's come down here to the juicy information. We can see right here the registrar's name, Dr. Aubrey Love II. Yes, it's my domain name. It's all good. The organization, if they put that in there, who owns this domain name, what company is affiliated with it. The street address, 7382 Cottonwood Creek Road, and the city is Fort Worth, the state is Texas, the zip code is 76135. So, here is great information. The owner of this domain name lives at this specific address. Don't get your hopes up. I just changed the domain name registrar to this information right here. I have no idea who lives there. I don't know where that place is. I just went to Google Maps and double clicked on an icon on the map and that address came up. So, if my viewers live at this address, praise be with you and I'm so sorry. Anyway, moving on. The country is US, United States. And then the phone number. Check that out. That is a phone number we extracted from WhoIS report. We also have an email address, so we can call them on this phone number right here, or send them an email to this email address. That's pretty good information. Now, what we have is a registry admin ID. That's not really available right now. So here is the admin information. And usually, whenever a company sets this up, the first one is the owner. Who's the head honcho? Who's the almighty in the company? That's their information. Then you have the admin. Who is responsible for the networking, the domain name, the registry keys, and all that other stuff. And so we have that information here. Now, if it's somebody that did what I did, all they did literally was they just clicked on a button, because if you do your registrar's information, you click on apply to all. So all of this information is the same all the way down. But generally, you might be lucky and have an admin, which is different from the owner, which is different from the tech. Now let's go down here. We have the same information for the tech. And this is the guy who's responsible for upkeeping the server, upkeeping the domain name, making sure everything's flowing the way it's supposed to be going. And then the name server, NS03 and NS04.domaincontrol.com. Now this can be helpful because it tells us what is the name server that they're using. Who is directing their domain name? Usually if we was directing this through Cloudflare or MX Route, it'd be different. So if you wanted to find out who owns that name server, all you have to do is do a simple Google search. Just go to google.com. Let me see if we can do that right quick. So I'm going to pull this over here. I'll open up my Firefox. And now I'm going to go to google.com. And I'm going to type in ns03.domaincontrol.com. And then if we pull this up, we have WhoIS name server domain. So we can go to who.is. We have NS3 domain, GoDaddy.com, LLC, United States. And that's from TCP/IP-UTLS. TCP/IP-UTLS. We have IP tracker. So we have a bunch of different information that we can use to do a little bit more investigation and research on this specific domain name. Alrighty. So now we have all that wonderful information, and that was on the domain name. Let's see if we can do any WhoIS on the IP address. So let's do WhoIS, and then just paste that IP address in there. Alrighty. So now what we can do here is what we're looking at is we did their IP address. Now if we're lucky, we can actually figure out who the hosting provider is. So we can see there's a net range. So anywhere between 165.227.0.0 to 165.227.255.255, there's at least one website hosting on multiple occasions. So there's about 255 plus 255. You add that together, that's about 400 different websites that could be running on this net range. The CIDR Basically, this goes from 165.227.0.0 to 165.227.0.16. So we can narrow it down to the 16. This will only go up to the 16. So on this specific server, there's 16 websites hosting on this specific server. The name is DigitalOcean-19. Don't know what that 19 actually stands for, but hey, we have Google. Use your Google foo to figure that out. We have the net handle, we have the parent net handle, and even the net type. The net type is direct allocation organization. DigitalOcean LLC. This is their organization ID, which is DO-13. Registration update and updated, or the registration date and update. Alrighty. So who is DigitalOcean? Who are they and where are they? Organization is DigitalOcean LLC. The organization ID is DO13. Their address, 101 Avenue of the Americas, 10th floor, New York, New York. Postal code is 1003. Let's go ahead and open up our Google foo. And we're going to do Google Maps. And I'll show you why here in a second. So let's go to Google Maps. Alright, so let's type that address in there. So we have 101 Ave of the Americas, New York, New York. It pops up right there. So what we can do is wait for the map to load up, and we can see a general area of the location. Now, what I would like to do is zoom in on here and come down in here. So if we grab this little guy right here, we could throw him on the street, and then we can get a street view of this building. So we can see kind of what it looks like, what does the area look like, and just kind of have a general facility. So it looks actually like I would like to work there. I need to contact DigitalOcean and see if I can get a job, because I would love to go in that building. Anyway, so we can sit here and definitely have some fun around with this. And this goes back, if you had watched the physical location, this can go inside of gaining access to this specific building. Stroll up there one day. You see they have NYPD. So I'm sure you can find yourself an NYPD police officer uniform from some random gift shop for about 20 or 30 bucks. Bunch of people just kind of walking around. This guy looks like he's having some fun. This guy's carrying a duffel bag or something, but it looks like almost everybody's carrying a book bag. So it also wouldn't hurt to, if you have a decent looking outfit or something, just carry that in with like a briefcase with your laptop and just see if you can waltz right in there and say you're part of some sort of a security firm or something like that, and you're there to evaluate the situation. So that's one way we can use WhoIS combined with gaining physical access. Now, we have their comments. So they have two comments. One is the IP address or the domain name or even the company name. So it's a lot like building your own website using meta tags. So the comment one is like the title, and the second comment is the tagline, simple cloud hosting. And then we can come down here, and the organization tech handle is this information right here. So if you have any issues with their network operation, if you see any abuse going on with DigitalOcean, you can contact the abuse line. The NOC, the Network Operations Center. So we have great useful information right here that we can use to help us extract more information about the company to gain access to the company by email, phone call, or physical location. In the next video, site background. Site background. One of the more interesting things we can do is perform a background check or a background report of our target. By utilizing a web-based application, Netcraft, we can see when the site was first seen, the title, the domain, netblock owner, name server, hosting provider, IP address, web server, and several other pieces of information that would be very, very handy for us. Now, the reason we want to perform this task, as opposed to just the simple WhoIS attack, we can also learn more about the web server itself, so we can learn how to plan the greatest attack possible. For example, if the site owner is using Nginx 1.05.0, well, I know for a fact that at the time of this video recording, this is actually an outdated web server. So we can do Google foo on Nginx 1.05.0 in order to see if there's any exploits or backdoors or trojans that will be affiliated with that specific version of Nginx. Another reason is let's say that we do this report and we find out that they're using Apache, but we're getting ready to set up for an Nginx attack. Well, we figured out it's an Apache, not Nginx, so we can direct our attention towards an Apache attack rather than the Nginx attack. So, first thing we want to do is open up, let's go ahead and close out of this terminal. Let's open up our web browser. Alrighty, and it's going to be netcraft.com, I believe it is. It's either .com or .org. Yep, netcraft.com. Alrighty, so here is a great website that you can use. Now, what you want to do is you want to come down here. What's that site running? So, in this little box right here, type in your target. So it's istpairs.com. Alrighty. So, 0 found for this website. Awesome. See if we can do that one more time. Still nothing. Alright. So let's go to see another website that I built. Nothing. Okay. Let's do Facebook. Let's exploit Facebook.com. Because I know they're on here. Alright. So what we have here is a site. www.facebook.com, facebook.com, l.facebook.com, fr-fr.facebook. We've got all this information right here. So what this means to us is we have multiple services that we can use. And the operating system, unknown. Linux, unknown. So we have a few different things that are very questionable, but we know for a fact this one's running Linux. We also know that their NetBlock is Edge Network Services Ltd. And that's for Facebook.com. Let's go ahead and click on this one. Alrighty, so here is a full background report on Facebook.com. So what we're seeing here is the site title, Facebook, log in or sign up. So that's their site title as well as pretty much their tagline. They ranked number 66 on the Netcraft site rank. Facebook was first seen on May 1997. Primary language is English. Now, the description of the website is all this right here. Basically, that's their meta keyword. They appear meta tags. Their keywords are not present, so they might not be using any keywords. The network, http facebook.com. The domain is facebook.com. And we can see the name server, a.ns.facebook.com. So that means that they are running their own name server. Their DNS admin is dns@facebook.com. So if we have any issues, we can contact the DNS admin directly at facebook.com. They are using EdgeStar to reverse their DNS and their IP address and their IPv6 address as well. That is really useful. So, and check this out. They are hosting in UK. So now we have a hosting history. Facebook Incorporated, 1601 Willow Park, Menlo Park, California. If I said that right for you Californians out there, awesome. If not, I'm sorry. I live in Texas. Alright, so this IP address is this one, and it's running Linux. And they do not know the web server, but it was last seen October 4th of 2017. And then we got February 2017, which is the same setup at this IP address. So this IP address and the first and the last one is the same, but there's a few different IP addresses in here that are slightly different. So those might be interesting to just kind of click on them and see what the history was. And basically by doing that, you could probably extract a little bit more information and see why they changed it. Could have been a security breach, could have been vulnerability, because Facebook now has this bug bounty program where if you find a bounty in their code, they have to change it, which involuntarily means that they had to change their IP address as well. So we come down here, their Netcraft risk rating. Basically, how vulnerable is Facebook to risks? You know, how vulnerable is it to hacking? 0 out of 10. They're golden. They're good to go. They are ready to go. Hack at them. I'm sure you'll find something. Now, just because a Netcraft risk rating is 0 out of 10 versus 10 out of 10 doesn't mean that they're exactly vulnerable. It just means that Netcraft hasn't found it or hasn't been reported of it. Now the D mark. We have some information down here. So we have mail to d.r, all this other stuff. So there's some mail-to tags that's going on in here. So we have ruf.agair.com. Now, this might be something interesting to look into, see if we can't sneak our way into the server using that specific mail-to form. So now here's the fun part, my fun part. The technology, the server side. It is running PHP, it's running XML, and it's even running SSL. So we know that they're running SSL encryption, they're running PHP technology with some XML. So we know that much. So they're using SSL for security, XML for the front page, and then PHP for the back page, basically connecting the website to the server. Now the client side, they're using JavaScript with client pull. So we see that they other sites that are also using this same technology as well. The Content Delivery Network, or the CDN, they have Facebook CDN. So they have their own content delivery network. They are using their own custom search engine, Google custom search engine. So what they probably have done on this one is they downloaded Google from like a GitHub repository, or they found the code and just downloaded it, and then customized the Google engine in order to accommodate Facebook engine. UTF-8, so they're using, UTF-8 for their technology. They are using gzip content encoding, so they are compressing their HTTP with gzip. They are using X-frame strict and X-XSS protection disabled. So there's some good information right here. A cross-scripting protection is disabled. So basically, if we want to do cross-site scripting, we have the protection is disabled on that one. So we can pull information directly from whatever we can extract from the XSS. Now they are using HTML5, which is the latest revision of the HTML standard. They are using external CSS, and they may or may not be using CSS media queries, but they're definitely using external CSS. So they might be linking to like Node, or they might be linking to Vue, or they might even do Font Awesome. There's definitely something that we could look into on that one. So here is a general outline of a site's background report, and as you can see, we have a lot of information over here. Now, usually if this web server is known, it'll say Apache or Nginx. You can code, but you can't secure. IT Ninja. Now, while several people are worried about their code working properly, setting up the server to works and they can have like a whole lot of people view the website in a single day, all of this stress and all of this worry can often lead to overlooking some of the small basic security measures when setting up the server. Prime example, let's say you're building a website for a company XYZ. You're building the website, making it awesome, completely responsive, maybe even using Ruby on Rails, it doesn't matter. You're building the website to make it look perfect and work in the way they want it to work. So you have that built. Your next step is set up the server so they can see it live all the time, and so can their client. So you set up their server, you use Nginx, you're all good to go, then you deploy your website to the server, and you have all that information. You're sitting there waiting on something to happen. It might be right then and there, it might be a few weeks later, it might be until whenever you get your first hack attack that you realize you forgot to apply security measures. And it's easy to do if you're a one-man guy working for a company, and you control their network, you control their hosting, you control their website, you control their domain. A lot of this information can be overlooked or just completely missed all completely because you have so much work on your hands. And usually those are the guys that have so much work, are underpaid. The company isn't paying me, being hacked. I'm off work. I don't even care. Now, you have two different options that's going to go there. Just depends on who the guy is. Now, in the next video, finding emails and social media, I present to you the Harvester. This is a scripting that will help us find emails and social media for our target. In this video, the Harvester, finding emails and social media. Today, we know for a fact everybody and their brother has a type of social media account. LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. I don't know the rest of them, but I'm sure they're out there. Also, everyone has an email address. You have to have an email address to have those accounts. Now, while we're attempting to exploit our target, one of the packages that we're going to use is the Harvester. This is going to allow us to extract any social media and email profiles associated with our target to help us learn about who the company is, as well as who works there. What are they like? So, first thing we want to do is open up your terminal. So now we have this, just type in the Harvester. So now we're calling a script. Let's throw some arguments at it. First thing we want to do is -D for the domain. So we got www.istrepairs.com. Now another thing we want to do is the harvester goes through Google, Bing, Exile, Facebook, LinkedIn. It goes through a whole bunch of different stuff. So you could actually go, let me pull this up. Let's come over here. Let me do a quick Google search right quick. So let's come over here, emails, subdomains, and more. So come down here into the README. So it does Google search engine. It even does a custom search engine. Google profile, so it looks on Google+. Bing, which is a Microsoft engine, so it looks for any Microsoft information. It goes through Dogpile, PGP key server from MIT. It does LinkedIn, vHost, Twitter, Google+, Yahoo, Baidu, Shodan. So it has a couple of great different stuff in here that it'll actually search for. Now, we could go ahead and do -B Shodan or Baidu, however you say those. You do -Yahoo or -Google+, -Twitter. You can do all of that. Or -B all. And they'll do a full harvest. This is a trick I actually just learned a few days ago. I didn't Google search it, I just wanted to see if this would work. And sure enough, it actually does work. Now, I'm going to go ahead and stop this result. So let's do the harvester -D for the domain. Now, what we can also do is -L, and then we give it a number list. So we could do like 500. So it'll search through like a top like 500 accounts, or it'll do 10, 1, 2, 3, for 10,000, 10 million, or 100 million. So it'll go through 100 million different accounts associated with all that. Now what you could do is 999, 999, 999, 999. So it'll go through 999,999,999,999 different accounts. Good gosh, that was a lot. And then we do -B all. Now, we can sit here and watch this run 999,999,999,999 times. But you want to walk away? Nah, let's make this shorter. So, see if we can't extract any information off of a 500 list. A lot shorter, but it still takes a little bit of time. So, the harvester -D www.istrepairs-L 500-B all. So now we have in the harvester script with some arguments for the domain name, how many accounts to look through, and what specifically to look into. And we're just going to go ahead and do a full harvest on this. Now bear in mind the PGP key server, it doesn't really have a number value. It just searches through the whole thing, which is really great. I just wish they all did that. Alrighty, so just doing a 500 result, we didn't find any emails. We couldn't find any hosts or even virtual hosts. So let's go ahead and clear this off. And let's do the harvester -D. Let's do Kali.org-B all. And let's see what we can extract from Kali. See if there's anything we can do from there. Alrighty, awesome. So this is good information. This is what we're trying to look for. Let's let this finish up. You know what? Let's go ahead and start on this one while that loads. So let's go from the very top. So emails, steve@kali.org, dookie@kali.org, mutts@kali, devil, and bravohacks@kali.org. All right. Dookie, if you're watching this, I might want to say hi to you. Send me an email, aubrey@osmo.com. Just playing. All right. So we have some emails that we can use to send an email directly to company XYZ, in this case, Kali. So we have some emails. Now we also have hosts found in the search engines. So inside of Google, Bing, Yahoo, all of those search engines, even PGP, we have cdimage.kali.org, archives, so we can see some of the archives from the original Kali distributions. We can see tracker.kali, tools, security, repo, package, pan, old.kali. So we have a bunch of different domain names that we can use. We also have their IP addresses for those domain names. Now in a virtual host, we can see we have a lot more virtual hosts. So we have elegantthings.com, Palm Springs Air Museum, lusofederal.com, okay. So we have a bunch of different virtual hosts that's affiliated with Kali Linux. Universal RX, Children's Heart Center, TSD Web, Racer's Guide. There's a bunch of stuff in here that we can use to learn more about their client. Maybe it's just people that just has Kali Linux linked to their website for one reason or another. It could be various different reasons. Or this could actually be all the websites that Kali Linux themselves are hosting. So we have a bunch of information right here that we can use. Let's go all the way down here to the very bottom. And that's going to be it for all this. In the next video, Nmap, Stealth Reconnaissance on a Protected Network. Section 6, Nmap, Stealth Recon on a Protected Network. In this video, Nmap, Stealth Reconnaissance. While performing our recon work, we can utilize an awesome utility inside of Nmap that's going to allow us to perform a stealth recon, even on a protected network. We're also going to look at some other arguments for the Nmap script to see what we can get. First things first, let's open up our terminal. So, one thing we want to do is we want to find our target's IP address if we don't have it already. So, let's go ahead to ping www.krlovephotography.com. Alright, so now we have the victim's IP address. Let's go ahead and copy that and clear this screen. Now, just a basic Nmap scan is going to tell us everything that we need to know for the open ports that we have. So if we have 80, 443, 22, 23, 19, 10, whatever ports that we have open, it will show us those open ports. Now generally, the Nmap scan can range anywhere from like 30 seconds all the way up to like 5, maybe 6 minutes. So I'm going to pull up my Facebook and I'll be right back. Okay, finally, it is finished. So what we have here, as we can see, it took 301.59 seconds. So about 3.5 minutes, give or take. Alrighty, so the scan report for KLivePhotography.com on the IP address, this one right here. The host is up with 0.052s latency. There are 993 closed ports that are not shown here. Why are they not shown? Well, they're closed. You don't need to look at them. So, what do we do have? We have an open 22 for SSH. We have an open 80 for HTTP. We have an open 443 for HTTPS. We do have an open 445 and 593 for Microsoft and HTTP. We do have our 139 for NetBIOS and our 135 for MSRPC. Basically an IP range in stealth mode. So if we did nmap-up, uppercase U, lowercase p, and we could do 159.203.0.255. Unrecognized option up. So let's do lowercase. Alrighty. Nmap-up. And this one will be 0-255. Unrecognized. Okay, so it's nmap-u. Sorry, I got a little confused there. nmap-u, IP address, the first two numbers, .0.0-255. And this is going to give us basically a stealth IP range of the server that we're trying to talk to. What this does is it'll help us find any other open ports or any other ways that we can try to get into this server. We can go ahead and set this run, and this, depending on the server that they're using, can take anywhere from 5 minutes to 30 minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and end my scan prematurely. So one more that I want to look into, nmap-f IP address. And then we do /24. Now we could do it this way, or you could also do the domain name itself. So it'd be nmap-f domain name /24. And what this is going to do is going to search for an all service scan that Nmap has to offer. And this one can take a fairly long time to perform. Usually though, it depends on the connection speed. It can be very fast or it could be very long. So what we're going to do here is we're just going to we could go ahead and let this one run. I think we're going to go ahead and do that. So go ahead and get on your Facebook, get on your LinkedIn, and we'll come back to this part in about 10 minutes. Hopefully less. What I'm going to do, this is taking way too long. Been sitting here for about 20 minutes now. Nothing's happening. So I'm going to go ahead and clear that. Now another trick that we could do, and this is a really fun trick that we can learn how to use. And the reason why this is fun is because when you move into a new community or you move into a new apartment, you kind of want to know who your neighbors are, right? Same thing for your website. So if we do nmap dash capital P or lowercase p, and then you do the first two digits. So let's do 159.203.0-30.0-255. And what this is going to do is it will generate, not P, I'm sorry, nmap-u. So nmap-u 159.203.0-30.0-255. And what this is going to do, I'm going to stop this because I've already got it. What this is going to do is it's going to give us a whole list of all of our neighbors. So we can go 159.203.093, 94, 97, 99. So all of these different .100s and stuff, those are active websites. Now what they're doing, I don't know. But we do have some of them that actually give the domain name. So we have paintIrisPaint.com. So if we wanted to copy that, come over here to our web browser, and then just paste and go. And then we can see our neighbor's website. It looks like kind of like a blog website. So this looks like it very well could be a WordPress website. And then from there, we can do our fun stuff, view the page source. So we have some more information inside here that we can definitely be looking into. They have some style sheets that are linking outside the web app. It looks like wp.com, so this is a WordPress website. So we can have some fun with all of this information. And you just go down the list. We got sword.deliciousbrains.com. I'm hoping that's like a game company. We've got mementos.com, working needs, SSL, Tor1. That looks like it could be like a blogging website. Cloudways apps. What is this? Hovernorth.com is one of my neighbors. WMS panel. So we have a bunch of awesome stuff here that we can look at to exploit other websites and see who our web neighbors are. Now in the next video, Wireshark, Intercepting Connections. We're back with Wireshark, Intercepting Connections. In this video, Wireshark, we're going to intercept some connections. Have you ever seen the movie Hackers or any hacker movies where just a few clicks of a button, maybe a command line or two, and the hacker can all of a sudden view all of the connections on the network? This is slightly actually true a little bit more involved in it, but pretty much same gist up. What we're going to do is we're going to utilize Wireshark in order to help us intercept traffic on our network. So first things first is let's minimize this. And now let's go ahead and do start in Wireshark. So let's open up our Wireshark and let's have some fun. So the first thing is we're going to go ahead and open up our internet network that we're connected to. Mine is ETH0. If yours is WLAN 0, use that one. It doesn't matter, just grab it. So what we can see here is we have a whole bunch of different responses. So it looks like we've got a bunch of different people online that are connected to a few different websites and stuff. But what if we wanted to monitor specifically a targeted website? Well, let's take bacon.wafflecat.com. If you are watching this video, I encourage you to go there. It's actually kind of funny. So what I want to do is I want to copy bacon.wafflecat's IP address. So let's go ahead and copy bacon.wafflecat.com. Here it is. A waffle on a cat. A waffle cat. How funny is that? So let's get real. Okay, so we have our IP address. So let's copy that. And what I want to do inside my display filter, I can actually apply a filter. So I can do ip.addr equals and then the IP address. And then if I press enter, I can only apply just that one. And so what would happen is if, people start going to this, then we can see that, we have all these connections. We got 110, 135, another 110. Now we have all these different connections that are going towards it. It's got a favicon. We can see the image, so we can actually download that image if we wanted to. So we can monitor a specific website. Now this is only monitoring on our network. So let's, for the sake of the argument, let's do it this way. I'm going to go there from my phone so we can see some more information coming on. So we have 159.203.0.135. And then we can see this actually start to get a little bit more in there. So we have the 110s and 135s going on, but we have new IP addresses that should be coming up. Oh wait, my phone's not connected to the Wi-Fi. But anyway, anybody that's connected to this same network, when they see that, when they go to this specific IP address, you'll be able to monitor that. Now, why is this handy? Well, for example, let's say you have kids or you have a wife or whatever. You want to see how long they're there, what they're there for, whatever. You can specify an IP address. And anytime somebody connects to it, you can then point out, okay, well, it came from this IP address, so then you figure out whose IP address does this computer belong to. And from there, you can easily go ahead and get onto your child's or boyfriend or whatever you want to get onto. So, now, going back to just our standard Wireshark, let's say we have access to the server of our target, and we want to see everybody connecting to it. So we could install Wireshark on our server and then have this running. We could have this actually running 24/7 nonstop, saving to a file. So anytime somebody pings in from an IP address, what we could do then is see, okay, where are they going to? Are they doing an attack, or are they just getting a query response, which is just generally the computer talking to another computer? So we can figure out what's going on and who's there, what are they there for, and what are they trying to do. So we would be able to get all that information. Now this would be really great to set up on your server, but if you want to do it for your home network or your Wi-Fi network that you just hacked into to see who goes where, what do they do, how long are they there for, intercepting passwords, all that other stuff can be done right in here. Now if we break this down a little bit, we can see, we have a bunch of different useful information, like here's hex keys and value keys. We have HTTP request 1, SSHDP:DI discover. There's quite a bit of information we can pull from this alone. We can refresh, so we can continue without saving. So it'll refresh the packets, so we get fresh packets every time we click on refresh. We can stop and save. We can analyze our traffic. So we can go with a few different filters. So we can actually, well, not there, but we can apply filters in here. We can do an expressions. So we can come down here and just plug in an expression and figure out, is it present? Is it equal to? Is it not equal to, greater than, less than, equal or greater than? We have different ways that we can set different display filters. And then of course you can save it and pull it up later. Now in the next section, building the report. Now we've gotten all the way through the course. Now we have to just build the report. This video, building the report, the front page, table of contents, executor summary, the attack narrative, conclusion, and Appendix A and Appendix B. The Appendix A is going to act as our vulnerability details and our mitigation, while Appendix B is going to talk about company XYZ. I actually happened to find a perfect template that you can use. OffensiveSecurity.com. They actually have a penetration test report all ready for us. So we have the front page, this is actually the company that's doing the security pen testing, the title of the report, who the company's for, and the date that this was created on. It has information about the company that did the penetration testing. So you have the company name, the address, as well as a telephone, a fax number, an email, and the website. So this is all on page 1, actually. So this is really good, really helpful information. It makes you stand out, tells what is going on in this document, and how to get it all set up. So coming down here, we have a table of contents. So the executive summary. Basically, all that is just a blank page saying executive summary, and then it has a summary of the results. So here is the results that we have and the attack narrative. This doesn't have to be exactly like yours. So like in this specific report, they have a remote system discovery, admin web server interface compromise. In other words, they was able to compromise web server admin level. The interactive shell to the admin server appeared to be vulnerable. Administrative privilege escalation. They was able to go in there, edit the privileges of the administration. Java client attacks. They actually performed some Java client attacks for this specific one. Escalation to local administrator. I would be guessing that they had created an account and made it admin level. Deep packet inspection bypass. We can see they did a Citrix environment compromise and then escalation to domain administrator. We'll be getting to that here in just a second. The conclusion of the report. So recommendations, like what does this company recommend to the other company on how to fix them? An overall risk rating. Appendix A, the vulnerable detail and mitigation. Now, the risk rating scale is how does that work out? The default or weak credentials that they had found. Password reuse. Apparently, some passwords have been reused several times over. And apparently, they also have a shared local administrator password. They talk about that. Patch management, DNS zone transfer, and the default Apache files. So some of those are some options that they had talked about in Appendix A for the company to be notified about. And then Appendix B about offensive security. And that is pretty much an about page of the company. Now we come down here, the executive summary. So basically, penetration test report dash megacorp 1. So this is a pen test report for this company right here by the pen testing company Offensive Security. So in the executive summary, it basically just summarizes what are the goals that Megacorp 1 was asking Offensive Security to do. And so Offensive Security went ahead and put all this information into the executive report. That way it's all there in black and white details. Now the attack narrative. So they did a remote system discovery. For the purpose of this assessment, Megacorp 1 provided minimal information outside the organization domain name, megacorp1.com. While the intent was closely simulate to an adversary without any internal information, to avoid targeting systems that were not owned by Megacorp 1, all identified assets were submitted for ownership verification before any attacks were conducted. So basically they said, okay, we searched for everything on your DNS in order to see websites are there and which ones are actually verified ownership. So they knew for a fact they was going to get the right one. Right here, there's a good sentence right here. We found that ns2.megacorp.com was vulnerable to a full DNS zone transfer misconfiguration. That's pretty handy. So this is a screenshot of their NS lookup. Alrighty, so it continues on going down here through a combination of DNS enumeration techniques and scanning. It basically talks to them about not exactly details on how they was able to do the attacks, but basically it's like, okay, we're here. We jinxed this setup right here to play with this firewall essentially to allow it to go to our network or Megacorp's network or back to somebody else. Basically, that's how it is. And when you're doing DNS zones, that's exactly what it is. So you got a DNS zone that, it has the servers and the information, the data is in the cloud and, passes through some network trafficking filters. And then it goes to its right destination based on which computer is asking for what information. So basically, they just kind of gave an assessment on, hey, this is what's going on. So let's get out of here and let's jump down into penetration test report. This one right here, let's go up a little bit. So this is their Python rce-fix.py. So they did an SQLite manager software found to be vulnerable. So they went ahead and did a SQL script attack to see what was vulnerable. And they took some screenshots and put it in the report as well. So there's a bunch of different information in here that basically tells them, okay, here's what we did, here's how we did it, and here's what we found. So they went through the entire report, literally underlining everything they've done. Deep packet inspection bypass. This is a great report for a lot of useful information. Let's come down here and let's see if we can't get near the end of this thing. Alrighty, so from 30 up to like 2 or 3 is the entire report. What they did, how they did it, and some diagrams, screenshots. Then the conclusion. So this is the conclusion that says, okay, offensive security, indicates that Megacorp 1 suffered a series of control failures which led to a complete compromise of critical company assets. So they've identified the problem, they're going to talk about the problem, and then give a report based on this. So like, in it all, appropriate efforts should be undertaken to introduce effective network segmentation, which could help mitigate the effect of cascading security failures throughout the Megacorp 1 infrastructure. So they have their conclusion on what is compromisable, what is not, and the organizational assets as well. Then they come into recommendations. Ensure strong credentials are used everywhere in the organization. Establish trust boundaries. Implement and enforce implementation of change control across all systems. Implement and patch management program. Conducting regular vulnerable assessments. So they go in here and they say, okay, here's a bunch of information that you can actually start learning how to use. Like establish, implement a patch management program. So operating a consistent patch management program per the guidelines outlined in NIST SP 800-4010 is an important component in maintaining good security posture. So not only do they give, hey, here's an option that you could take, they also reference it to a major NIST report, and they gave it the exact location of where they could find, this specific, patch management system. Then as we actually come down to the risk rating. Now this does not need to be a full page, as you can see, but the overall risk identified to Megacorp 1 as a result of the pen test is high. And in red, bold even. It's red, bold, different color. So, it's high. You might want to take a look at it. So they go on and say that the external attack, full system compromise was discovered. Basically, this was saying, hey, here you're very high in your risk rating, and here's why. And then Appendix A, vulnerability detail and mitigation. So basically, they take everything that was just done, that we just described, and they break it down into a very simple, easy to read, easy to understand information. So like default or weak credentials, rating high. Now here's why. An external exposed administrative interface is only protected with a weak password. The impact, which is basically saying, okay, well, common enumerating and brute forcing techniques, it's possible to retrieve the admin password for SQLite Manager web interface. So this specific issue is rating high because of this, and here's why it's because of this. So basically you say, here's your issue, here's why you have an issue, here's how hackers can take advantage of that issue. Password reuse. Obviously that's a big no-no. Mike User Corp, Mike, was found by reusing the credentials for SQLite Manager other applications in his Windows domain access. Definitely a big no-no. If you've ever been a web programmer or net admin or even a database admin, you know that the SQL password has to be different, or not really has to be, but it is highly, highly, highly recommended that your SQL password is completely different than the server password, user login passwords, and generally just a complete random password altogether. So, and then they have a shared local admin password. This is very bad. Just coming from my point of view, having the same administrator password shared locally is horribly bad. And you can download this. I'll put the link in the course description. But yeah, you can download this and read through it. Even get some knowledge for yourself if you're a web developer. Learn about these things. Okay, so here's how they're doing it. Here's how they're able to find this stuff. Let me do my own pen testing and protect myself that way. So if you're going to do a shared local administrator password, if you have to do that for one reason or another, make sure it is the most secure dadgum password in the entire world. I don't care if you use a password generator that's 27 characters long. Use it. And then finally they have patch management. So they go into talking about the patch management, which, basically it's like, okay, a combination of weak authentication and unpatched hosts. So a patch manager would use SQL.manager in order to help patch it up, make sure everything's up to date. Now the DNS zone transfer, this rating is actually low. A misconfigured DNS server allows unrestricted zone transfers. So this is why it's low and why it's actually an issue, actually. Default Apache files, risk rating, low on that one. But we can actually see that the default Apache files have been discovered on the admin.megacorp1.com host. Pindex B, about offensive security. Basically, this is, like I said, if you've ever built a website before and you've built an about page, or even a company why or how-to page, this is your chance to shine and show who your company are or who you are, why you deserve this, and basically everything else. Pulling up some main things here. The ability to conduct the work largely through the use of automated tool sets and maintain consistency of product across multiple engagements. Let's come down here. Offensive security's industry-leading performance-based training. The production of industry-standard tools such as Kali, authors of best-selling books, creators of zero-day exploit, and maintainers of industry references such as ExploitDB. So this company, they use Kali Linux. Some of the employees are actually authors of some of the best-selling books out there for pen testing and zero-day finding. They are the creator of zero-day exploits. So you might want to Google search that and have some fun with zero-day exploits. Zero-day, O-day, however you want to look at it. They are also maintainers of the industry referencing such as ExploitDB. So they're highly recommended and they obviously know their stuff. Come down here. As such, high volume, fast turnaround engagements are often not a good fit for our services. Offensive security is focused on conducting high quality, high impact assessments and is actively sought out by customers and needs services that cannot be delivered by other vendors. So they are saying, hey, what other vendors can't do, we can do it. And then if you want to talk about your pen testing needs, contact them at info@offsec.com. So we have a great report that we can run off of. Now, what some people have been known to do is grab themselves a template like this and then just change the word up a little bit. Obviously, change the name of the company, change some of the names of your client, and change your name, your email, and contact information. But like if I was doing this and I had a client, I would change it from Apache to Nginx if my client was using Nginx. Obviously, you don't use the same information, and you definitely don't want to sit here and do the same layout, the same summary. Twist it up a little bit. You will be, even if you do have this kind of a template, you will still be sitting there for a minimum of like 2 or 3 hours writing this thing, trying to get it reworded, done the right way. But having a template to where something like this, to where you can, perform, you and your team perform your recon work. And then you can just like take this paragraph. Okay, read over it right quick. Okay, so that's what this is supposed to be for. So we'll put it in our own words with our own findings and our own softwares and programs and scripts. So even if you did it paragraph by paragraph, you and your team are looking at about a minimum of a day. The more y'all do them, the faster you get. So you probably knock this down like an hour or two, and then have it sent off to the email box of where it's supposed to go. But essentially, this is going to make you and break you. You want to give as much information in here as possible without giving them too much information. So, like I was saying, they said, okay, well, they did an NS lookup. So they, in an attempt to identify potential attack servers, we examined name servers of the megacorp1.com domain name. So they probably did an NS lookup from megacorp1.com, and they throw in a screenshot right here. And then they throw in another screenshot. So they kind of say, okay, here's what we did and here's how we did it. But they're not going to say, okay, well, after we got mail.megacorp1.com with the IP address, they're not going to sit there and say that, we brute force this password or anything like that. They obviously know that you're going to attack their password in one fashion or another. It's just a matter of how you did it. So, just saying something like, we was able to bypass mail.megacorp1.com admin info at megacorp1.com. we was able to brute force our way through that password and get that one set up for us. There's certain things that you can and cannot get away with. It just varies upon how you want to look at it and how you handle yourself. Now, also bear in mind, this report is a reflection of not you, not your teammates, but your company. This will reflect, because when Megacorp One looks at this, and whoever represents offensive security, everybody's going to have a copy of this report, and they're all going to sit down and talk about it. Now, even if megacorp1.com doesn't know for a fact, does or does not know that whoever's sitting in that room with them, whether they don't know if they're the ones who did the attack or not. All they know is they have a piece of paper and they're there to discuss the assessments. That's it. So, this report is crucial for everybody in the company, right? Because you might be in the meeting or you might not be. So you gotta keep that in mind. Be friend to your colleagues. What we have learned in this section, in this whole course or section, we learned how to do an IP address search. We learned IP and domain name investigation with WhoIS. We did a site background, which basically went through Netcraft in order to go ahead and basically get a full background on when was the last time the website seen, how long has it been up, when was the last time it was changed, who owned it, yada yada yada. What's the server name and stuff like that. We attempted to exploit emails and social media profiles using the Harvester. We did a stealth recon by using Nmap. We intercepted connections on a wireless networking by using Wireshark. And then we learned we walked through a template of building a report that we found from offensive security. And we talked about the outlines of that report that's needed. So we have a lot of information that we had just covered in one section, and I'm looking forward to the way that you guys take this information and move forward. And of course, congratulations! You've just learned how to hack your way past wireless networks, scan websites, and target your servers. I do look forward to hearing from you guys on my social media. Please check my link below for LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Please, by all means, I do look forward to hearing from you. If you have any questions, find me and let's definitely chat. I know a lot of people had taken this course to heart. Some of you just kind of bought it because, hey, I want to learn how to hack. No matter your scaling level, whether you are already an avid hacktivist and you just wanted to brush up on some things, or maybe you're a very noob in 00B and you're like, hey, I want to get into hacking, and you bought this course. Whatever your case is, you took the right step on ethical hacking. So let's go ahead, go out there, have some fun, be safe, be legal, and go start your own cybersecurity penetration firm. I would love to hear those stories. Until next time, my name is Aubrey Love.